All right, I'd like to call the January 28th, 2025 regular council meeting to order at 9:00 a.m. I'd like to welcome my fellow council members, administration, and the guests that we have in the room this morning. Hard to believe we're at the end of January already. Another year gone. Just a reminder, the meeting is being recorded, and we'll start with adoption of the agenda. As is customary, Councilor Naka, any additions to the agenda?
I have one item, that would be discussion on the 2025 winter gravel stockpiling haul and gravel program. Assume that would be new business.
Yeah, we can put that under 718.
No, that's it.
Becky Reed.
No, nothing from me, thanks.
Okay, Councilor Wick.
Nothing was.
Councilor Wiggins.
One RCB, Two Hills.
Okay, the only change I'd like to make to the agenda is I don't believe we have any committee of the whole this morning. So we could delete committee of the whole from the agenda.
Actually, Mr. Reeve, Ms. Benoit has advised me that standing items appear, we'll just skip over them. You'll see that public hearing is there. We don't have a public hearing, it shows, so. A standing item in our template, and we just simply will not go into committee at all. We will not have no committee at all. That's okay.
Yeah, no, I'm okay with that. Administration, any additions? No. Great then. With that, I will seek a motion to adopt the January 28th regular council meeting agenda as amended.
I move the Lamont County Council adopt the January 28th, 2025 regular council meeting agenda as amended.
Any questions or concerns? Seeing none, all those in favor? Carried by 0. Item number 3, adoption of the minutes. Council's had the opportunity to review the minutes. Any errors or omissions? If not, I will accept the motion to adopt the minutes as presented.
I'll move that the Lamont County Council adopt the January 14th, 2025 regular council minutes as presented.
Any questions or concerns? Seeing none, all those in favor? It's carried 5-0. Item number 4, there's no public hearing, so we'll move on to delegations. Our first delegation, 5.1, is the John S. Duke Regional Water Services Commission. I believe Mr. Harvey, this is your delegation. Basically, we'll use roughly 15 minutes for your presentation, and we'll allow 5 minutes for questions.
Your worship. I was asked to come, I believe, in discussion with the increase in the rates that will be charged. And I don't know if there's other questions that you had. I did bring information on the history of the organization, some maps outlining where the water is coming from, where it goes to, that kind of thing. I have budget information on the volumes of water, so if that's of interest, I can certainly provide that. I'll just stick to the first part, and then open to whatever you wish there. The Johns Patoot Water Commission receives water from Capital Region Northeast, who receives water from Epcor. And Epcor has decided to increase their rate. So that's kind of a flow through, if you pardon the pun. And Capital Region Northeast has decided to increase their rate, which is flow through, pardon the pun. And the net result is we have to take a look at what we're gonna do as possible. Now, when Capital Region Northeast made some changes to their way of doing things, they decided to unilaterally decide that we are a customer. Historically, since about 1982, we've really been more of a partner. And so when they unilaterally decided that now we have to pay into a reserve for the purposes of capital, the Patoot Commission vehemently opposed and disagreed. And we have taken steps legal to say, listen, this is not going to happen. And so at this point in time, we really don't have a choice. We have to flow through the rates as they're going through. And we're not doing it to the level that they are pushing, in part because of reserved applications, and also because of budget thinking. And so we're looking at 2025, we should be fine. 2026, of course, will be another question based on what happens with legal and also what happens with our reserves. Now, the amount of money that we're looking at as a flow through is simply saying, here's how much they're going to charge us. Here's how much that we're going to charge all of our member municipalities. And it's different rates for different water. It's the same water, but municipal is different than industrial, which is different than some of the residences, which is different from ACE. And I can again provide maps for that if you wish, and get you to better understand that. But the whole issue here is we're just trying to say, listen, this is the larger increase than we wanted to. We don't really think we have a choice in the matter. By saying that we are vehemently upset at this. Some of you may have recognized that the mayor of Vegreville put out in the paper that we're right now suing them for $1.3 million on some issues. And we are developing, which is public, it's not, there's some things I can't speak to confidential, but the public aspect is we are developing an application to the Alberta Utilities Commission and are looking to take them to the Utilities Commission because our water agreement with them, we believe, has been broken. So I don't know if you want further information or if I already gave you too much.
Oh, you never mentioned that the Johns Patoot has one of the lowest rates of water in Alberta.
Yes, I haven't done my research for this year. When I did my research for last year, I checked not the communities that are exactly around. Remember, water flows through one to flow through, so apples to apples type of thing. And where our municipal rate was $1.66, some people were up at $2.50. And when we went to it was a meeting of all of the commissions throughout the water commissions and wastewater commissions throughout the province at Government House. We were hearing that the Peace River area is saying that they're charging $9 a cube. And so our rates are absolutely very, very low. Central Alberta was up around the 5, Southern Alberta was 3.5 to 4. Were the words that were coming out of people in the room. I have not done my review for 2025 yet. I'll be doing that for the commission, but I haven't done it yet. But our rates have been lower than if you were to be getting water from Highway 14, if you were getting water from other commissions, the Duke area, etc.
If that for ourselves to who, and then the two fives.
Yeah, Capital Region Northeast
Yeah.
Water Services Commission.
Okay, you said there was an increase from EPCOR.
Yeah.
So just for a figure of 5 cents, and then capital had an increase. Was theirs the increase that you got passed on, or is it like 10 cents, and then you guys a 15-cent an increase every time? You know what I'm getting at? You said EPCOR
Yeah.
increased it
Yeah.
for the capital, and then capital increased. Did they increase just what they? If they got a 5 cent increase today,
This is part of our problem, because Capital Region Northeast is not really transparent with how they're doing things. We know that EPCOR has basically gone from 90 cents a cube to $1 a cube for their customers. We know that Capital Region Northeast was charging $1.03, and they've now moved that to $1.39. So that's where the increase comes. Now, part of that $1.03 to $1.39 is to be our contribution to the capital reserve. But we don't know how much that is. We don't know if it's 5 cents, if it's 25 cents. We honestly don't know. They won't share that information with us. And that's part of the reason why we're taking the steps that we are.
Then on the other hand, we are being charged for maintenance, for upkeep of the line all the way to Highway 63.
Yeah.
Which we have capacity in a line of the 8.4 miles per kilometer.
Yeah, if you wish, there's a handout in mass. I can provide them to everybody. If you so wish, one there's history and the other has other information. Thank you very much. And that can help out. If you take a look at the one map, it's going to show you from EPCOR, and it's got a spider web. So EPCOR is kind of the center. And then it sends water out to, I think it's like Edmonton is a donut, the center of it, and then you have the area around it, which is the customers direct. And then you have the area around that, which there be dragons, and that's where we are. And in that location, that's where the water flows with the next. But you'll see that from us, we sell it to Ace, and it goes all the way to Vermilion. So it's a big spider web. Now, having said that, the second map shows just our system. So if you take a look at the map that shows our system, you just recognize that we started Fort Saskatchewan north of the port at a reservoir. And then we have water that goes to Bruderheim, to your reservoir, to Lamont, over to Chipman, your second reservoir that feeds up towards Edmonton. And then over to Vegreville, and then it feeds into another reservoir, which feeds Ace, which goes, like I said, north, and it also goes east.
Goes all the way up to Derwent.
Yes. So there's water that goes fair distance in a number of applications. We are permitted, like I said, kind of a partnership. Instead of building 2 lines, the props built 1 line, and they gave the ownership to Capital Region Northeast. But they gave us capacity, and the capacity was 4,333 imperial gallons per minute. Now, right now, we're using about 43% of that line. So everybody could totally double the amount of water that they use, but we would still have space in that line. The other part is, this is a steel line, this isn't asbestos concrete, this is not plastic, this is a steel line. So you can put more pressure on it. And we have a pumping station by Chipping, a booster station that can allow us to provide more pressure into the line in certain areas. And we could also ramp up the pressure at our own online station. So potable water volume is really not something that we are as concerned about. But we are concerned about how much we are having to charge. So as the water moves through, it of course is always being tested to make sure it's safe. But at the same time, we are trying to move a fair amount of water. We move through a little over 2 million cubes a year. For Lamont County, your Lamont County Reservoir goes to about 73,691 of those 2 million. And the Hilliard Reservoir goes through about 48,551 of those 2 million. The same as the Andrew line. Andrew line is the same way. The line goes up on the map. But the problem is that's from EPCOR, and EPCOR made a mistake. And they thought that the line to St. Michael and the line to Andrew are the tube lines, because they're the right color for the tube, right? But they're not, they're your lines. They're Lamont County lines. So if you look at the color code, you'll see in the spider's web, you'll see where capital H Northeast is. And getting back to the comment of Councillor Warwa, part of our problem is the transparency. We're not sure where these costs are coming from Capital Region Northeast to us. And this is where we're having a problem, because our water supply agreement says we will only pay for that small part of line that goes from the Clariview fill location, pumping station, to online, which is like 8.5 kilometers. And right now we're being charged about $275,000 a year to pump water from those two distances when there's no pumping. A, it's gravity, and B, it's in the EPCOR bill because they're pumping it. It's not in the other bill. So I believe that value should be much, much lower. If we take a look at the way that they are presenting their new water supply agreement, it suggests that we should be paying 30% of the total cost of all of their system. So if you look at the colored lines that say theirs, they want us to pay 30% of their cost for everything. And we're saying, no, no, no. Originally, instead of the province putting 2 lines in the ground, they put 1 line in the ground with us having capacity rather than having joint ownership. And going one step further on that, when Edmonton annexed land in Sturgeon County, that meant that the Clariview location moved, right? Because the border moved. So they had to sell this land, Capital Region East, to this pipe, to EPCOR. And when they sold it to EPCOR, we got $870,000. So you don't do that with a customer, you do that with a partner. We not just have ownership for aspects of this line. And that has actually been shown up with the Alberta Utilities Commission, which is why we're saying to them, no, 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 you can't treat us this way. Yes, sir.
Yeah, I'm looking at your map here. So the John S. Pachuk goes up to Vegreville. Then from Vegreville, appears as though it's the 8th line, Alberta Central East Court.
Yeah.
So do we supply, John S. Pachuk supplies that line with water,
Yes.
but it's a separate entity, right? Like,
Yes.
it's mirrored at Vegreville.
Yes.
Whatever goes east of there, and then somebody else.
Yes.
You charge them and they pay charges too.
Yeah,
Okay.
they use about 881,000 cubes a year. Remember, we were doing a little over 2 million, they use 881,000 a day.
So the Duke's only option is to buy water from the capital region pipeline, right? That's our only option, we can't go, make a new line up direct to Epcor.
The short answer is yes. There is a longer answer, and it's in negotiations, and unfortunately, I can't speak quickly to that one because it's still, we've spoken in confidence. But yes, is the two looking at all their alternatives to try and deal with this issue? Yes, we certainly are. We have 3 of them on the table.
From the White Minister to
It's Scotty.
Kid Scotty, yeah,
That's as far as it goes.
yeah.
It goes to Kitscott and then north and south. So I think Marwayne, if I remember right, and there's a community to the south as well. That they go and they get the water out of the water.
Paradise Valley goes.
Okay.
From my perspective, I think the foresight to construct a John S. line was pretty critical because that, if you look at the extensions of it and where these water lines go, basically we're providing a lot of our communities with potable water, which is safe and fairly dependable, I guess. I don't know if there've been any major interruptions to the water supply. The one question I have, I guess, for the Johnson City Water Commission is, as you're no doubt aware, we have the potential for development in our Alberta industrial heartland. And I know we've talked about utilizing potable water for processed water on an as-need basis. You indicated your line is only at 43% capacity. Is that a temporary option?
The short answer
Processed
to
water.
me is yes. Because it has been. When I was in the chair here, Urco and it was Texas were receiving potable water to do the sodium chloride plant works. And they were going through at that time more water than the town of Vegreville was. And so the short answer is something we can certainly discuss. The longer answer is, it is something we need to discuss, because obviously Vegreville and others are gonna want to have increases, and they don't want to see the potable used for more potable purposes. But if we had to increase dramatically the use, it depends short term, long term, those kinds of things, but always open to negotiate, always open to discuss.
And the other thing I wanted to mention is, we appreciate not the full rate being passed on to our municipality. Basically, you're getting a 36-cent rate increase and you're only passing on 20% or 20 cents to the user. So that's greatly appreciated. I guess that's a kind of a good neighbor policy, so to speak. Not too sure, what the requirement is for your contribution to reserves, but it's just unfortunate when two entities that are kind of doing the same thing kind of start butting heads on ownership and processes and getting involved in the, I don't know if you call it red tape or maybe the sandbox is more a better term for it.
I would suggest sandbox. I would suggest for about 31 years, everybody kind of understood and everybody was happy. And then there was some change in management, and the change in management read the agreement differently and then convinced the commission that it needed to be read differently. So we have been basically saying, listen, we don't concur with the way you read this.
Surprising how fast 20 minutes goes by. I also have any other questions for Harvey?
No.
Certainly appreciate the presentation, though I think from my perspective, you always wonder, I know that different communities are getting access to potable water and stuff and getting a map like this that shows where these water lines are running and the service that we're providing. You know, you don't have to live in a big city to basically get a good supply of potable water. You can live as far away as, I guess, the Saskatchewan border. Well, not quite, I guess, Vermilion. And I think that's great. I think that was a great project, and I think it's truly appreciated by everybody that's serviced by that line. So thank you for your work on the file here. And the John Escutuk representative gives us pretty good reports from all the meetings, so. You're the chair then. Yeah, so. Maybe you got a bit of advantage over some other people.
I believe all of our members are very well informed.
All right.
Dismissed.
Thank you. Okay. So before we move on to the next delegation here. Maybe I can just. Have a motion that we accept the presentation as information.
I'll make a motion that Lamont County Council accept presentation from John Escutuk, Regional Water Services Commission Manager Al Harvey regarding the 2025 water rates as information.
Any questions or concerns? Seeing none, all those in favor? Right. Very good. Okay, we will now move on to our second delegation, 5.2. Point Bar Resources Incorporated.
Good morning, council and administration. Thank you for seeing us in such short notice. I think we put this all together last week. My name is Mike Kalau. I'm one of the principals at Point Bar Resources. And I guess the reason we're meeting today is we had quite a shock at the beginning of the year when we got a road use agreement presented to us. So I put together, I thought this would be a good opportunity because we have grown in the community to introduce who Point Bar is and give you a better understanding of where we are, where we came from, and where we're hoping to go. I know I always do better with paper copies of things. I did put together a PowerPoint presentation on paper if you guys would like. Do you want me to? Sure. So I thought I would just do a quick presentation on who Point Bar is, kind of what our road use history was. And kind of hauling requirements we have in lighting all of these roads, and then just some discussion around the 2025 bond requirements and a proposal that we would put forward as Point Bar, maybe counter to what was initially put forward in the road use agreement that we began this year. So in beginning, number one, just who Point Bar is. So Point Bar is a private company. There's two principal owners, myself and a partner. Calgary. I'm actually a local, not local Lamont, but I actually grew up in Tollfield and have been active in the Tollfield and surrounding areas with multiple well service companies and also now Point Bar. Point Bar was started in 2017 specifically to purchase two assets in Lamont County, one that we call Norris and the other one we call Redwater. And we purchased those properties when they were shut in actually in 2017 from a company, and they had planned to abandon those wells and move out of the area. And we actually saw there was opportunity in those two areas. And so we purchased them and returned about 75% of the wells that we purchased to production, and then actually drilled a couple wells in those two areas. And just I'm pointing out a few things here. So in doing that, we were actually able to continue generating tax revenue of somewhere around $3 million for those two properties between 2017 and today. And then moving forward in late 2017, 2018, we also bought another property another property called Scarrow, which is just north of our Redwater property in North Highway 45. And again, we've actually been able, we were in the same position. The company, it was a bigger company. These bigger companies carry a lot of overhead and people and extra expenses. So Point Bar being a smaller company, we're able to run lean and mean. We really watch our costs and we, try to stretch those reserves in these wells out a long ways. And we recognize another opportunity in that Scarrow field that we purchased from a company. And we've been able to drill 2 wells in that area, and it's continued to contribute tax revenue to the county since 2018. And these 3 fields, we see the reserve life on them when we do them with doing no further drilling or anything like that. With the way we run these properties, we see them running out to about 2037, having producible wells and continuing to add revenue for the county. Then in 2022, 2023, we started to negotiate with what at the time was called Tamarack Valley. And they own all the wells that you guys see around town here and up towards Bruderheim and that. And they were in the process of doing feasibility study on the area and had began abandonment processes for a bunch of the wells. So when we began talking to them about, what their plans were, they were actively looking to divest of the properties around Lamont. And we thought this would be the same opportunity that we saw in these other fields that we had taken over. And we were able to close that deal with Tamarack in February of 2024, was when it finally closed. And it's currently, we've reactivated again. They had a lot of well shutting. We've reactivated about 50% to date. We have future plans, which I'll get into in the next slides, to continue to reactivate wells and do things in the community. But it's under, so we've done a geological review, so looking at everything under the ground. Then we're doing a reservoir review and an economic review, and then we'll proceed to look at reactivation, abandonment, and drilling opportunities as they may present themselves as we work through that process. So continuing with who Point Bar is, we currently operate just over 100 producing wells. It's probably a little bit higher than that because we just finished a workover and reactivation in the last couple months. But so our producing wells, and if you want a better look at where we're at, if you don't need to flip forward, but if you guys want to flip forward in your paper copy, the map that shows where these areas are, just 2 pages forward. We currently operate 5 producing facilities. So this is where the wells, oil and water is shipped to process to get to a final product. And those LSDs are listed beside those 5 producing facilities. And then 100 wells, we have more than 100 wells. We've got about 175 wells in the county of Lamont. And right now about 100 to 125 are actively producing. And then some of those are actively disposal wells that dispose back into the zone and we produce the oil and gas from. So in 2025, I thought it would be relevant for you to see where we spend our money. So that you can see most of the money that we spend as a small producer like this goes back to the communities that we operate in. So, and I have to say too, Point Bar is not a company that's spread all over the map. We operate strictly in Lamont County. We have a few fringe wells that operate in the county of Strathcona and the county of Smoky Lake, but they're not core properties. Our core focus is Lamont County, ranging from Highway 16 up to just north of Highway 45. So in 2025, we plan to spend about $13 million in direct operating expenses. That would be expenses like surface rents that go directly to the people that own the surface land. So what the wellbores are on, or where facilities are on, process these products, or pipeline right of ways and whatnot. The next direct expense in that 13 million is labor. So these are the fellows that actually operate the wells for us day in and day out, the maintenance crews that come out and do any work on the pump jacks or well heads or facilities, and materials, that being stuff like that we need to keep the pump jacks running or the motors running on the pump jacks, or the electrical motors, or facility maintenance and that kind of thing. And trucking is another big expense in there. So the trucking from the single well batteries that have tanks on them to the facilities or the finished product from the facility to sales point in Edmonton or Hardisty. In addition to that 13 million, we'll spend another $1 billion this year in Lamont County abandoning and reclaiming sites. So that'll be everything from downhole abandonment to full reclamation, where we return a site back to original, the original way it was. And then there'll be another $5 million spent, and this is what we, when I say work over maintenance, this is downhole work over work. So in order to return a well back to production, we need to put the stuff that's downhole back in, so being pipe, pump, rods. And then in order to do that, we have to bring a service rig in to do that kind of work, to do the downhole work. So we'll spend about $5 million on that. And then an additional $2 million is spent on direct royalties. So County Lamont is unique. It's got pretty much a 50-50 split on freehold royalties, which means that not very often anymore, but an individual owns the rights, the freehold rights. So sometimes it's the landowner that has been able to maintain those mineral rights, or it's a company that bought those mineral rights from that prospective owner. And we now pay them mineral rights on every barrel of oil that's produced. And usually that ranges anywhere from 15 to 20% that we pay right off the top. And then the other kind of rates is provincial rates, and that's money pays directly to the province. And they have a little bit different scale. It's a sliding scale that they apply. If it's a low producing well, the royalty rate is lower than if it was a higher royalty, a higher producing well. And it's a little complicated. It's applying simple 15%. So indirect money spent in the community will be $21 million is projected for 2025. And then in addition to the $21 million, we'll also pay, it looks like with our projections and where things are coming in, it'll be about 1.1 million in county tax that we'll pay this year in June. So for a total spend in the area of $22.1 million. Any questions on that before I move on? So it was identified back leading into 2025. Corey had reached out to us from the road department and asked if we could provide him with a list of where all the wells were at and what we did. And when it came in, there's about 47.3 kilometers of roads that connect Point Bar facilities and wells that we need to travel on in different capacities. So the 2025 road use agreement, it was asked of us with that 47.3 kilometers that it required a $10,000 bond on each kilometer of road that we use. And that they presented that to us at the first of the year, and it came as a little shocker, if you can imagine. In the past, we had bonded all roads leaving our facilities that required us to haul, usually on a daily or multi-day basis. We bonded those roads and worked under the road use agreement. So I further broke it out for you so that you can see how we use the roads. There's kind of two buckets. There's the ones that we use daily and actively haul either products from the well to a facility or product from the facility to the delivery point of the sales point of the oil. And that's broken down as the 17.82 kilometers of roads. And you can see I listed it just for, so if you are interested, you can see it. And that comes from our Redwater facility, Norris facility, Garo, and then the Booterheim and Lamont facility, and they're listed below there as well. And then in that, there's a couple of wells we have that do require, because of the level of water they produce, that fluid has to be hauled to the facility daily. So these are roads that are probably see travel from a tank truck daily, or a possible Super B hauling clean oil. Then there's a whole other side of the equation. There's about 29.5 kilometers of roads of wells that are minimal producers. So these are wells that produce anywhere from 2 to 4 barrels a day. And usually they're called a single well battery. So they have a tank on the site that the well pumps to. And then we haul that liquid, oil, water, whatever the combination may be, to the facility. Usually these are 400 barrel set tanks. So we'll haul those 1 to 2 every 2 months, sorry, but one time or every 2 months. We're not hauling daily or anything from these wells, so they see minimal impact. And on these wells, we're actually capable, because of the amount that we haul them, if we need to haul it at 75% road bands, we're able to do that. Because in a lot of instances, these wells are not on well-traveled roads that are not maintained, so we can work with the county to, haul on the frost or on dry days and that kind of thing. We make sure we don't go down there after a great big rainstorm and haul up. We try not to, but sometimes the truckers have a mind of it. Unfortunately, with these wells, any added cost on a well that's doing 2 to 4 barrels a day is a cost that will cause that well to reach its economic limit early in its life. And when that happens, we move the surface equipment off, abandon the well, and then put that site back to the bed. And what that means for the county is that site now is no longer generating revenue for us or for them, because we've removed the surface equipment that would have the tax applied to it, and the tax base is lower than that. So any incremental costs on a low productivity well like this causes that well to be evaluated differently and possibly shut in. Again, when we evaluated this acquisition of the Tamarack assets in the area, most of these wells were shut in. I don't know if you've noticed the pump jacks, a lot of them weren't going up and down. A lot more of them are going up and down today because we've been able to meet some of these economic thresholds and reactivate wells. So, again, I think you guys have already seen, this is just a map of kind of our core areas where we work, and these are where we have main facilities, just so there was a visual on it. So moving on to number 3, 75% road bands. And so in the past, what we've done with the road use agreement is put a bond in place on the roads that have to leave the facilities, so that we're responsible if contacted by road maintenance to grade the road, possibly put some gravel down, whatever is required to keep that road adequate for the citizens of the county. So today there's about 17.82 kilometers of those roads that we've identified. And with a 75% ban, what happens is facilities produce the same volume of oil and water every day. So when we get to our finished product, where it's oil that needs to leave the facility, it's the same volume, whether we have a 75% ban or 100% ban on that road. So we end up having to haul that same volume out. So by us going to a 75% axle weighting, we actually have to haul 1 extra load for every 4 loads. So we actually put more traffic on the road and more wheels on the road when we're hauling at that 75% ban. In the past, what we've done in the road use agreement is work with administration to maintain that road, and we don't haul if it's April. We're not hauling 2 o'clock in the afternoon when roads at its most compromised state. We try and haul late at night or really early in the morning for us to be good Samaritans. So again, what a 75% ban does on a road is it causes us to increase our loads by 25%, as well as it increases the cost to us by 25%, because we're paying for that every 4th load. We get a 5th load that we pay an additional cost on that. And in the past, this was all managed under the road use agreement by stating that we could haul 100% loads as long as we stayed when the roads were not compromised, and we worked with administration, and that we had to maintain that road, whether it was graveling it or grading it as seen fit by administration. And I guess and then in addition to the 75, which with this change of this road use agreement, and then the additional 25 impact. In the past, we used to post a bond in the area of $175,000 for these roads that we would use, so that you, as the county, would have something to pull on if we weren't holding our side of the obligation up to maintain that road. And we've never had an incident where someone would have to be depart from the city pull. So yes, moving on to 3. I do have a proposal for you today. And what this is kind of came out. So I think the road use agreement to list all roads that Point Park uses on the road use agreement, because the road use agreement, as soon as that's signed by both parties, it empowers the municipality to ask us to help maintain these roads, especially if there's excessive use on it. So just the road use agreement being signed by the 2 parties automatically, causes us to have to work with you on that. And then in addition to the road use agreement, I propose that we issue a bond, or a letter of credit to the county in the means of $200,000. So that if we are bad actors and don't feel that we have the working relationship we have, you have the confidence that you have money to pull from. And we're not gonna, at any given time, that 47 kilometers road, we're not traveling that all the time. It's gonna be one road that's giving us problems, whether it's us or the county that needs to, possibly pull on that bond. It's not gonna be 47 kilometers. So then and then we continue to work on the road use agreement and work together as two entities, to maintain these roads, that we travel on frequently and use. And regularly visit, the road use agreement yearly and use it as a living document. If there's something that needs to be changed, we want to be good citizens in the county so that, we can continue to operate in the county. So, treat it as a living document and conduct a yearly review and address the bond and, the road use stipulations, in yearly as we see fit. So, so that's my proposal, and then number 4 is just kind of the outcomes. If we were to be able to work together on something like this, we would be able to continue the well production. So that would increase and extend the tax base of the county for years to come. And like I said, I see with the reserve reports that we are doing right now, and that we see production in county easily being able to sustain out into 2037. Then production continues to contribute directly and indirectly to community and local businesses. And we do use local businesses. We use General Auto down the road just for all of our maintenance on our pump jack motors and that kind of thing. We use the co-op, all of our operators and equipment that come into town use the co-op. And then our local operators and that kind of thing. So we are very much a stakeholder in the community with the county. And then, through a good working relationship and continued collaboration on the roads and maintenance with all the stakeholders in the county, the citizens and ourselves. So, with that said, Point Bar is just committed to working with the stakeholders and creating value in the communities that we work. And thank you for your time. If you have any questions, I'd be more than happy to answer them. And if you can, I've actually put my phone number and email on this presentation. So if you ever have any questions, please feel free to call me anytime, and I'd be happy to discuss anything that you may want to. Yeah, thank you for your time.
Any questions, comments for me?
Just to add, they got a battery on section 16, so it's on 562 and then 203 north. When they built the road into there, it was a shared project with federal government, Alberta government, county, and it was Husky at the time. They built the road to the battery, and then 205 through the sand hills. When you guys were Husky, you guys built a couple miles of road for the county, so you could move rigs year round. I think at the time the guys were saying it cost $2 million. They brought the clay in from 831. So I know in that new Redwater field, I know you guys spent a lot of money on the road, building roads for the county. And now 205, we're not using it much, and we got a nice high-grade road through the sand hill, I think.
Yeah. I think that's the key, is like we want to continue on, like these assets are legacy assets. The Norris property, I think, was drilled. The first well was drilled in 1978, I believe. So, there's been considerable development, and it's been a considerable contributor to the county, and we want to continue that. So I don't.
Your sterile field was down in the 60s.
Yeah, there was a few wells in there, yeah, and then the major development happened, yeah, through the late 80s, early 90s, yeah.
Is there a problem that this came to this part?
Bill $575,000.
Yeah, so it was a shock. So the reason it came to this was we received the road use agreement the first part of the year this year, and it came with a bill of $475,000 for a bond. And it's why is this happening? Like, we've always posted a bond on the roads. We want a bond on all the roads that access your wellbores now. And some of those wellbores don't see any, they see one load of traffic a month or maybe less. And then in addition to that, they said they'll no longer extend DVR facilities 100% with the road, 100% use. Solely use with the road use agreement in place. And as I showed in the presentation, it causes our operating expenses for those breakout months to go up by 25%. But not only that, it causes us to put more traffic on those roads, which essentially breaks the roads up even worse than hauling at a full load. Because we are hauling with Super Bs. We're not hauling with, body jobs or anything at that time. We're hauling with Super Bs and, multiple axles and distributed weight.
That's why I asked, why did this all come about? It seemed like you had a pretty good working relationship with.
Yeah, and it sounds like it came about, so I did meet with Corey over with roads here prior, and he was gonna said we should do the delegation to council, and he said that there has been issues, he didn't point us finger at us, but there has been issues in the past where commercial groups are doing work in the county. Road use agreement isn't put in place, whether it be a logging operation, gravel, or whatever it may be. And there's problems with the road, and you come back, and there's no road use agreement, so there's no way to enforce any maintenance that was caused by the operations. I think what I'm presenting is that instead of us putting up close to $500,000 in bond, which ties up a lot of free cash flow, that we present a reasonable of $200,000. You hold us accountable to maintain the roads. And we list all the roads in the road use agreement, so that if there is issues, you can come and say, look, you're not abiding by the law of the land here, let's pick it up, Mike.
Couple things here, Mike, council is responsible for the road use agreement that administration has to enforce, and I believe we reviewed the road use agreement a year ago, and I think that's where the $10,000 price tag per kilometer is attached on there. You have a valid point in regards to the amount of usage on that road, right? Like if you're a contract gravel hauler, you maybe have a couple hundred trucks going down that road every day for 5 days a week. So, maybe there's something that council can look at there in regards to reduced usage. But a couple of things, Lamont County appreciates tax money that Point Bar pays. As you're no doubt aware, there's been considerable amount of taxes that Lamont County has written off. The other part that's kind of interesting here is that you're resurrecting some basically wells that were slated for shutdown here.
Yeah.
And I think it's very commendable. Obviously, the people that were gonna shut these things down for whatever reason didn't feel the cost of maintaining them was worth it, but you're kind of proving them otherwise. And it's kind of interesting to see we're producing 2 to 4 barrels a day. Can be somewhat viable, I guess, that I don't know, I guess it'd be $75 US oil, because this would be heavy oil, right?
It's a combination. There's 3 different zones in the area, but it'd be heavier oil. It'd be a discount. Most of it would be discounted to $75 oil. You see a $10 to $20 discount depending on what type of oil.
Yeah. The other point of interest here is you're not utilizing a long stretch of road. Some of these are just, off of a highway and half or a quarter mile in or whatever, which definitely has a bearing here. Before I make any comments here, are you a member of the Canadian Association of Petroleum Producers?
We're not.
You're not? Okay. Because there's a plan out there, it's called the Mature Asset Strategy.
Yeah.
And I don't know if you're familiar with what the Mature Asset Strategy is trying to do, but they're trying to say as oil gets older, its production decreases, which is accurate, right? But with that, so should the assessment on those wells decrease and so forth. So that's in front of the government now. It could have a large impact on municipalities, depending on which form it's moved forward here. However, in your case, like I say, I think it's commendable that you're taking these old wells and resurrecting them. Not sure why somebody would name a Redwater field in Lamont County, because Redwater, when it comes to, they're the people that screwed up the
collection of taxes with the corporate
Oh, I
that they
know
had
that,
here a
this
few
is
years ago.
terrible. Actually,
So
Yeah.
that's kind of, but no, I think it's commendable that, you know, you are resurrecting these wells and, it's an important source of, revenue for the county and, it also creates the employment and stuff for the county. So, I would guess, leave it with council and council will decide what we're gonna, how we're gonna proceed on this moving forward here. And definitely we'll get back to you. The thing that you normally put up a bond or a letter of credit or,
we normally do a bond, with that big an ask of that kind of money. There's no bond company around that wants to post that bond because I'm essentially gonna post bond on 48 kilometers of road and we're not taking that risk.
Before, before you purchased Tamarack, Team Tamarack and yourself, Point Bar, what do you guys pay for road and stuff?
Royalties or?
No, that road use agreement, what was it? And then now you open it, it's 475,000, but what was it the year before?
Yeah, we were just over 100,000, you know, I'd have to look specifically, I should have that available, but yeah, we were just over that. And that was allowing us to haul 100% loads out of those facilities, is why we posted those bonds. We were posting bonds just on the roads where we had major haul routes.
No, we got a check for $1.1 million of taxes. And then, just need a little bit of a bond for roads, I guess.
Yeah, and I do think the bond, I understand when it's required, because you don't want to have a bad actor show up and have no recourse, I totally understand that.
So with the bond, we have to outlay the cash.
If you can get a bond, which when we talk to the bond companies, it's like an insurance policy, so you pay on it. Just like an insurance policy, because of the risk now on attaching to that much of bond, there's no bond company. So what we would end up having to do is post a letter of credit. So we would set aside $200,000 for the Lamont County. It would be set for, so when then we'd issue you a letter of credit so that you could draw on that.
But that the letter of credit impacts the road capacity.
It does, and you know, to speak to that, like some of these bad actors you're talking about, with back taxes and stuff like that. Whimper operates in debt, and that kind of thing, so we're a very solvent company, and we're not any, and that's the way we choose to run, and that's the way we need to run, so that we can actually do what we're saying, yeah, so.
I think if one company takes 10 to 12% interest on the money.
Yeah, and they see too much risk, like it's one thing to bond, you know, if you're gonna move a drilling rig in and bond a kilometer and a half of road, they're like, we can take that risk because you know exactly what it's gonna cost to build that road, right? But when you say there's 47 kilometers of road, there's one supposed to bond, yeah, we're not doing that because we have no idea how that road is built, what's the maintenance on that road, what's your true responsibility, and they said absolutely not.
Also, the other questions?
Well, it was enlightening.
And I would encourage you guys, if you do have any questions, like feel free to give me a call anytime. I'd be happy to discuss it, or even just take you and show you our operation, how we do things as well.
We do have one final question for you.
any relation to Kalau Motors in Oakville?
That was my dad, yeah. Yeah, I'm sure you guys all know, because he happens to read over in. Yeah, that's my dad.
Give me your dad.
Yeah. So, yeah, so I got lots of ties to the surrounding communities.
Your cousin used to be a counselor or brother-in-law or whatever it is, yeah.
Well, that was very good presentation with that, but I mean, you break down the kilometers and how often you use that road, it's kind of gives a full picture of what you're up against there.
I think the bigger thing is we want to be part with the community and we don't want to be a thorn in your side, because those bad actors in our industry, they're a thorn in our side because they cause us to have these kind of conversations.
Like I say, your companies be commended for picking up these assets and continuing to work them and getting additional production on them and stuff, so.
Hopefully for years to come.
Hopefully.
Yeah.
Okay. All right, thank you very much.
Thank you.
Yes. Okay, so unless there's further discussion on the presentation, I think there's a recommended motion that, we direct administration to prepare a report for a future council meeting.
I move that the Lamont County Council direct administration to prepare a report for the road use agreement for Point Bar Resorts Incorporated. For future council meeting.
Any questions or concerns? Maybe before I ask for questions or concerns, so what direction does council want to give the administration? Is council prepared to prepare a special road use agreement for this one particular entity based on the circumstances?
Yeah. Because it's fast, how they work.
I mean, we just can't throw it in administration's lap, because there's some
Yeah, no.
direction.
Yeah, I think they were good candidates,
Part of the challenge is the discussion with people at one bar has been consistent with the policy that council has approved, so. One element of that policy was that the prior practice of allowing for 100% during road bans at a cost. And so said they didn't want us doing that, which was good, because we didn't have to change the policy, because it was never written, it was an informal practice which we stopped. The other thing, I guess, was the council indicated that all road use agreement parties should be treated consistently regardless of frequency and weight and other factors, so the council wanting to revisit that question on linking to things like volumes or linking to weights. What else would be?
Council will have the option to consider the type and amount of traffic. Whether council wants to reconsider allowing double volume or increasing the volume to haul during spring bans. Other municipalities have a tiered system, so if you're only hauling maybe one load a day, you would be exempt, but if you're hauling in excess of 8 loads a day or 2 loads an hour, then that would be the trigger point to enter a road use agreement. So Point Bar is in a situation where they have multiple facilities and they have varying traffic to each of those facilities. As council discussed earlier, when it comes to a gravel haul, they may come in and haul hundreds of loads a day for a week or 2 or 3 weeks and then be gone for months. So every road use agreement, while it's the same verbiage, the argument holder is a different business they're doing. So the amount of traffic, the type of traffic, frequency of traffic varies. So we can bring options more to council to consider.
Viable option. I mean, we have a company that comes in and gives us enough revenue off of the sites that we're gonna be abandoned. And to work with them, they're not wrecking roads, they're doing minimal hauls, 1 to 2 loads a month maybe. They come to a minimum when we have people that come in and decide they're gonna do gravel hauls and wherever, that costs us a lot more money than what these people charge or have in damage and maintenance.
You have to handle each one.
Everything is different, like
Yeah.
weights and loads, and so I mean, if there is a policy that somebody else has that out rates for or guidelines for amount of haul and minimum hauls and weights, I'd be interested in seeing all those so that we can work with these people at least.
They have 2 batteries, they go on 562 right on the corner that we live on, and you barely see the trucks, and in the Redwater field, they spent $3 million building roads, the $1 million joint venture with the county and the two governments. And then two 205, which they don't even go up into there anymore, it's not pickup, it's all pipeline. They built a $2 million road for us. With just a trail through the bush and zigzag, and they made a high grade road that you can go right.
I don't think it's this company, because they've only been here since 2017.
Tamarack was Husky. And now it was NSM Resources, the Husky bought, the Tamarack bought, that these guys bought, so it's all the same.
I think where this started from is when we found out that, oh yes, anybody can haul it 100% during road bans. If they're bonded, and so then I think also was surprised that that practice goes on, and then we were told, oh yes, it's always gone. So this is where this change came to the policy, but yeah, I'm in favor of, review the request, and it's a trial period. If you don't like it, then you can change it when it gets started.
Well, I believe we have roughly 35, 36 use agreements, Darby. As far as industry, so obviously there's aggregate, there would be oil, gas. Who else would be subjected to a road bond?
We have some forestry. We have companies, those are usually 2-year road use agreements. Primarily, the ones that are consistent year to year would be aggregate and oil and gas like point blank. Where their facilities, their locations not changing year for extended time. Forestry will change year to year. They may be here 1 year, they may be not the next. And if it's a pipeline, that's probably a 2-year agreement. They're in their own.
Yes, I have a question. Say your road bans are on in the county and your pit is half a mile from a paved road. Do they have to honor the 75% for that half mile?
Under the current road use agreements, they are not exempt from road bans. Past practice has been if a argument holder has provided a double loan, you would exempt them to 50%. It doesn't take into account the quality of the paved road, it's just how many kilometers of gravel or county road they're using. So it didn't matter the distance. The direction of council last year was to end that practice, and I would know the policy, and that's what we've done.
Well, I think we have a request here from a specific company, and I don't know if we want to go and change our entire road use agreement, but I think that maybe somehow we can come to a compromise or help them out in some way. They are.
Yes, that's.
Discretion council for changes. No different than if you've got some crushing gravel and they want to extend their hours of crushing or work a weekend, then that's the commission.
Okay, so they got a specific request that the bond be reduced to 200,000. To cover the 40-some kilometers of road. And their second request is that they be allowed to haul at 100% load factor, irregardless of road bans. That's the two requests that I draw to their presentation here, so.
That's from the batteries, that 100% from the batteries to the high. Not well transfers, is what he's saying.
No, the well transfers, because he wants it overall 47 kilometers of the road.
But some of the wells are 60 days, so. In that 60 days, there might not be a road ban.
Well, you say if you're 70 75% ban tightens the loads that cause additional loads to be hauled, turning what have been 4 loads into 5. So I'm assuming he was talking about the loads from the wells to the batteries.
Yeah.
So is that enough for you to work with? Ready?
I think so, maybe.
Okay. And then come back to council. All right, council did with that?
Yes, good.
Okay, so. Then councilor Leonard will put the motion on the table. We got our discussion. Any further questions or concerns? Seeing none, all those in favor? Gotcha. It's carried 5-0. Okay, we'll move on to item number 6.1, Regional Fire Services Bylaw 880.24.
Mr. Reed, back in November, we had delegation. Oh, sorry, we've been working with council on the fire services bylaw for some months now. As was directed by council, a workshop was done. There January. We have brought forward the bylaw in a form that includes the direction that we received informally from council. It is an opportunity for council to formalize that by providing second reading to the bylaws amended. And then to direct us to, if it's your wish, to pursue a public meeting. We propose a couple of dates. Won't know whether Chief Moore wants to go into any detail or whether council wants to ask questions.
So the changes that were discussed in the workshop in early January are on page 46 of the agenda. Item number 60 and 61.
Yeah, maybe just provide a summary of those.
Okay.
2 sections.
So the discussion during the workshop was that we wanted to limit or put a cap on fire charges. So that is reflected in item 60, where it talks about if the fire department has extinguished a fire within Lamont County for the purpose of preserving life, property, and the environment from injury or destruction, the fire chief charges costs incurred by the fire department up to a maximum of $10,000. Parts A and B remain the same: a person or persons causing or contributing to the fire, and B, the owner or occupant of the parcel of land. So that up to a maximum of $10,000 is the addition in item 60. And then in part 61, when the fire department has taken action of a response related to a fire within or outside Lamont County for the purpose of preserving life, property, and the environment from injury or destruction, an owner, occupant, or person shall be liable for all costs if the fire chief determines that the fire started without a permit being issued for the fire, or where there was a failure to comply with the condition of any permit issued. B, there were intentional, wrongful, unlawful actions by the owner or occupant, and C, the owner or occupant failed to take proper care, failed to pay proper attention, or otherwise negligent in relation to the starting, monitoring, or spread of the fire.
We have the recovery of the fire protection charges. So does that include like our agreements? It says such agreements, including provincial highways, federal, provincial parks and areas. But does that, with our mutual aid agreements, does that include the towns and villages?
No. 62B is where we have mutual aid agreements or fire service charges with the Forestry Protection Act or the contract under Alberta Transportation and Economic Corridors.
Darnowski, can you, is. The sponsors is related to the fire within or with outside Lamont County. But it doesn't specify as our agreements that we're in. We have an agreement with the towns and villages, so does it, where would it specify that? That is part of it, or does it just mean that it's in the whole of Lamont County?
So Lamont County proper, the municipalities have their own boundaries, so that is outside of Lamont County at glance.
So that's what I'm getting at, is so we have the ability to come to a rural ratepayer at a fire. And if it's deemed that it's there to be charged, they can go after them, but we don't have an agreement anywhere, it's on here. That if the fire, which is covered by our regional fire department, goes to one in a rural or an urban setting. We can't charge for it.
Bruder is outside Lamont County. Is the interpretation. If
So
you
the-
like, if you like the words to be adjusted to be more direct, I'm sure we could do that. Go ahead, Chief, sorry.
Yeah, so. The reason of the wording in 60 and 61 varies with the addition of outside of Lamont County, so that is a municipality outside of Lamont County proper, so a municipality within the county, but has their own municipal boundaries. Is outside of the county limits. So that bill becomes non-capped.
So for the towns. In other words. They have to pay the shots.
No, the agreement that we have with them said that the bill will go to the landowner or person responsible.
And that's what I was getting at, just so that we're not covering.
Correct. Yeah.
House and pound. The rural. Building's not gonna be the one that takes up the full cost of the firefighting and everything, it'll be. What's good for us in the rural would be the same as what's applicable to the people in urban, what I'm getting.
Without a cap.
The town we have to go and we gotta collect it.
No, it goes right to the landowner.
Okay, so we don't have, if it goes to the landowner, there's no cap of $10,000.
Correct.
They pay the whole.
Correct.
Bill for, if it's 15,000 or 20,000, they pay for the.
Correct.
That's. You know, Peter had mentioned Bruderheim, but that's,
No, he just mentioned that Bruderheim's outside the town, outside
Yeah,
the county.
Bandera,
Yeah, they're all the same.
they're all the same.
Yeah, I'm kind of with Counselor Whitcomb this because 60 is saying extinguish the fire within Lamont County. So urbans are within Lamont County. So I'm just wondering if we should put in brackets excluding urbans or.
Or to include like any mutual aid agreement that we have with them, right?
We do not have mutual aid agreements with the towns and villages. We have a regional fire services agreement in model. Mutual aid is number 62B.
That's with surrounding areas.
It's outside of the county.
So we can parenthetically add excluding towns and villages in the first one, and we can parenthetically add including towns and villages. In some appropriate way.
yeah, you have to make the distinction.
Or anything you want to add or?
Well, I just, like I said, if there's a way that can clarify that is, because it just seems like we have the ability to do billing with anybody else, but if we have a fire in an urban, and I mean, I've talked to quite a few people that have brought it forward, now they've checked their insurance for this because Vegreville is bringing it forward and advertised it huge, and now with us being regional, a lot of people have checked, because they've been watching us lately. who's covered and who's not. Really, with the way our agreements read is if anybody has a fire in town, we actually can bill it, but we can't collect it. It has to be through the town, or if they put a tax on it, we don't get paid till the town gets paid, or the urban. So, because we don't have the jurisdiction to be able to do any billing in towns and villages.
So the municipalities have signed bylaws, the bylaw states that we have the ability to bill the landowner. If that, bill is not paid, we have all legal recourse up to and including the town or village putting it onto their tax bill.
Yeah. But do they have that in there? That's what I mean, like, so they're billing when their agreement states that they would put it on and do the collection.
Correct.
And everybody signed on?
No. 3 of 5 have signed.
3 have or 3?
3 have
So we've
signed.
got 2 that didn't sign.
Correct, one is on the agenda for their next council meeting.
Yeah, no, I just making sure that we got that set up.
Okay, any other questions regarding fire bylaw?
Yeah, actually, I do, sorry. I do have a question. So if there's a fire in town, do they have the ability, so when they want to come and ask for, we had a delegation come in before and ask for a bill to be reduced. Does that person come to us as a county now because we're the ones that managed the fire that took care of the fire, or do they have to go through the town first?
No, it
Or
comes
the
to
village
us
and then come directly?
because we are the biller.
Okay, I just wanted to clarify that too, just so if anybody has any questions. Thank you.
But if they want part of that bill forgiven, they would have to go to the
Yeah,
municipal council.
I think their recourse would be to their town, because their towns signed the service agreement.
Yeah.
We'll work through that one. I think they would go to the town and village, I mean, we're simply a service delivery contractor on behalf of the towns and villages.
Puzzle.
Pardon?
I say you look puzzled.
No, I think the way it's worded is that it comes back, yes, because we are the biller.
The only reason why I bring that forward is if they have, say we use Chipman as a example. If they have a fire in Chipman and we go and respond, extinguish the fire, send a bill. And with the agreement you guys have written is if they come in and they have to go to the village to say, listen, we'd like to have our charges reduced. Now the village is on the line for whatever they deduct off the bill, would they not, before they come to us?
We'll have to work through that.
So we'll be like water line, they're 40 years ago.
Anything else?
So what we're doing today is giving you one more reading and then we're gonna have a call, correct?
Yeah.
And what we're here is basically what came about out of our workshop on January 9th or 10th or whatever it was. But definitely be open to public input on whatever day we decided on a public meeting, if that's the choice of council.
Mr. Reed, we proposed a couple of dates. The one is February 27th and the other one is March 4th. I believe it was council's wish to do it in the evening, so we're proposing 6 p.m. till 8 p.m. on one of those 2 dates.
Either one of them work.
They probably prefer the fourth. But anyway, let's do it. If there's other questions, are we prepared to give you a second reading?
There's things that word that has amended so that we can incorporate them and the accountability references.
No, you-
61 and 62. 61 will say excluding, 62 will say including.
Okay,
60.
Sorry, 60 will say including, 61 will say. 60 will. Anyway, the first one will say excluding, the second one will say including. I closed my page, so there we go.
okay. So you want to make a motion to proceed with second reading? I can do that. That Lamont County Council gives second reading to the amended bylaw 880.24, the regional fire bylaw as amended. Any further questions or concerns? Seeing none, all in favor? It's carried 5-0. And does somebody want to make a motion regarding the public hearing?
Where is the date?
I prefer the 4th, but that's a Tuesday night, I believe.
Yeah, there's one Tuesday.
I'll do this. The Lamont County Council direct administration to hold a non-statutory public meeting on the fire billing charges as stated in the bylaw 880.24, regional fire services bylaw, and at Lamont Hall Meeting Room 48 49th Street on March 4th. At 2025 at 6 p.m. to 8 p.m.
Any questions or concerns? Seeing none, all those in favor? It's carried 5-0. Okay, before we move on to business, let's have a recess till 40. All right, welcome back to the January 28th, 2025 regular council meeting. We will move on to item 7, business 7.1. Follow-up delegation request to reduce fire billing and Evans.
So, Mr. Reed, we've had a delegation back on November 26th from Tammy Evans regarding their fire department building. At that time, she made a request to council to reduce the fire building was dated July 3rd, 2024 by $50,000. Council received a detailed reporting on the specifics of the fire. Indication both from our investigation as well as those by the insurance that there was no fault in this fire. I guess what we're doing is following through on bringing forward the request from Ms. Evans to have the fire billing reduced. The recommendation is to reduce the fire billing invoice 1001 dated June 3rd, 2024 by $15,000. And that was the request that Ms. Evans made.
Comments.
So that's the original amount without any interest on it, right?
Yes,
The total amount was 22,907, wasn't it?
correct, that's correct.
In favor of it. I sort of thought this would have been the recommendation we got in December.
The recommendation here is that they have, I would change it a little bit though. If we'd entertain that, administration to reduce the fire billing for 1001 by 15,000. And penalties related to the invoice. Just so there's no interest charges on the money that was to be reduced.
We could add the words and related penalties.
Yeah.
Before the word dated.
Yeah.
Oh, that's good too. I don't know that there are any related penalties because it's been under dispute. I think it's just.
Really to do with interest or nothing, so. Okay.
Maybe back to $7,900 and change.
7907.
So my question would be, why are we reducing the bill? Other than the report was made, like, do we figure there was too much equipment out there, or do we figure they were overcharged for equipment, like?
So this is another form of the problem. We're going to be charged 100% or 100% for the invoice.
Now, the new policy that goes through, after the open house and third and final reading. Then it would be, this would have been a $10,000, it would have been a $10,000 then, right, under the new bylaw?
Correct.
Right, okay.
Well, we gotta be cautious.
So then, because if you're gonna reference a bylaw, we should be referencing the policy because the bylaw's not in effect yet, right?
No, but I was questioning, I was questioning what the new policy would have done for a case like this, so that, on a third and final reading. Then we know, then I know what a situation like this would be, so that's why I asked it.
So if I might, so technically 7.1 shouldn't have been brought on here until after March 4th, when we decided. After the meeting with the public to figure out which way we're going with billing.
Are we going to backdate everything
We're,
for 2024?
think so.
I don't know, that's
That's kind of what we discussed.
that's a question.
And then that was the 9th of January, we had that. Discussed as a council then.
I thought we were treating this separate. You know,
So Mr. My advice to council was to not address things in accordance with the bylaw that is not yet approved. If anything, to consider it in the context of the old bylaw and the policy that was rescinded as a councillor. I'm not going to indicate that these are truly separate matters. The speeding ticket today may be a different fraction once the new bylaw is approved, right? The speed limit is 60 now. You don't pay a different price because the bylaws, the speed is gonna change in May, whatever.
Depends
It
on
kind
the
of go
judge.
with the bylaw that's enforced.
Depends on the judge.
And like, when we reviewed at that workshop. You know, so here are all the changes for the new bylaw, everything's red, yellow, everything's highlighted. When we put that policy in April. There was nothing. There was nothing highlighted, nothing there about rescinding the old thing. All it said was a little note that said, when you approve this policy, it repeals. When you approve this bylaw, it repeals the policy 4130. You know, all you have to do is think back who the legislative officer was, what was going on there. You know, now we have it highlighted in red and you've got a current copy, you have the old copy, everything's crossed out. There we had nothing. There was one note, it repeals it. You know? And if you read the MTA, it's not up to council to advertise to the public, eh? You know, that's the thing. Same thing, it's no different than that fire in the county.
And I am in favor of reducing fees, but I think. If I look at the buildings that are out here, I mean, we had, the Agner engine was out there for 8.25 hours. The Lamont engine was out there for, 7.25 hours. Mandera engine was out there for 9 hours. We had 3 engines out there for 9 hours. On that, well, say 8 hours on average at $415 an engine. My question would be, from the information we got, the fire was over at 7 o'clock. So I'm not sure how we justify 3 engines staying at a fire that is supposedly, and I appreciate it's motoring after 7 o'clock. But did we need 3 engine pumpers there until 2 o'clock in the afternoon? Like I say, if council's opinion is to reduce the bill, I would probably be in favor of reducing the bill to $10,000 due to what would appear to be potentially retain equipment on site longer than necessary. Yeah, I don't. Other than the length of time that some of that equipment stay with their chief. And I know you've indicated why it is, and
Yeah. So, I'll make that motion, have a recorded vote. And take from there. The Lamont County Council Direct Administration to reduce fire billing invoice 1001. Dated July 3rd, 2024. By $15,000. And related penalties.
I thought the word related to.
Well, it's the case of.
So that's all, okay, yeah.
Covers the bases, right?
okay, any further questions or concerns?
Any requested report?
Yep, right.
Yeah, and the pumpers were there. Did anybody add up what it worked out to? Upper time. After 7 on 2 of them, I guess.
Well, and that, as the previous presentation to council, it showed a picture that fire was still burning. At 10:30 and 11:15, and every time we moved in, we had re-engagement of flames. But as you can see, we released, a rush truck after 2 hours, a rescue after 2 hours, the other trucks were there working. During the time.
Correct, it's wrong here, but I believe pumpers are kept on site because they bring manpower to the fire, not necessarily because they're being utilized as part of the firefighting. Is that?
Correct, so, engines were engaged, and we were using that to have it off the other.
Hey, any other comments, questions? Seeing none?
If it was a $10,000 cap, it'd be 12,907 and, so a couple grand difference, so. Just keep doing the math, so, okay.
Basically, if we decided to build $10,000. The actual cost to the Evans would be an additional
$12,907.
no. Right now, reducing it 15,000 would reduce it $7,900.
Yeah, we're just taking 10 grand off of 2209 would leave $12,907.
And my suggestion wasn't taking the 10 off of the 22,000. My suggestion was a flat fee of $10,000. As per a previous policy that
policy we've had before.
The difference between 7,907 and $10,000 is $2,093.
Yeah, what you're saying is a 10,000 flat rate on, for them for a mill. And that was what we had on the old policy, not us not knowing that they took that off, so.
Okay, any other discussion? Not recorded votes, starting with Councilor Naka.
And we'll take it.
I'm in favor.
Yeah, there.
It's over with.
Okay, I'm gonna vote against. Motion is carried. 4-1. Okay, we'll move on to item 7.2. Delegation request from Andrew Rural Academy.
Before we start, they, got a little bit of competition now from the Alcala School Board at the Monday School. Give me 1 second. They're, we had a meeting last night and, somebody brought it to our attention and the representative from Andrew Town was there. It's a full day kindergarten. It's the same thing that, they're trying in, STEM at Monday School for 2025-26 school year. It looks like Elk Island is throwing some competition at Andrew trying to get off the ground here, so I don't know why they do it. They didn't want the school and now they want to make it rough for them. I think their numbers are gonna go down because I think I hear there's close to 80 kids now. So it's just something that in the last 5 days has come up. That Elk Island is throwing the STEM in the Monday School from kindergarten.
That information, Peter, do you have any information to this?
Well, Mr. Reeve, not so direct us to bring forward an RFP. I must admit, I really didn't know in which direction council was leaning. It's likely ought to have been a briefing note rather than an RFP. What it does is it lays out some options that council could consider. And identifies following some favorable and potentially unfavorable considerations. When you see the points under each of those options, you'll see some of them are plus signs and some of them are dashes or minus signs. Those are to reflect on potential favorable or unfavorable. Starts with, you know, in essence, what the delegation would have asked for, which was a $50,000 grant. And it ends with, you know, something that we have a program that could support this at a limited level. The community sponsorship program and the community hall and transportation grants program, which are for approval later in this meeting. I also provide some miscellaneous information. You know, council could start with a letter of support. Provide some information that Beaver County provided in terms of their local support to charter school. Indication that chances are that any number of significance ought to be awarded to a corporation or society, not a community group that that doesn't have, you know, the requirement to provide, you know, financial reporting, things like that. And just as an information item, transportation agreements can be negotiated with the Elk Island School Division in this instance, although from what Councilor White has said, it sounds like they're not going to be very cooperative, or may not be. Something that Ms. Irving identified is that we could potentially sign on to an ACP grant request with the Village of Andrew. Don't know whether this would qualify, but it certainly would be collaborative. And I provide 6 alternatives that council may wish to discuss and either support or reject as alternatives. One of the things that reoccurs is that it's likely that other schools, non-charter schools, may make similar requests to Lamont County, which in the fullness of time, I don't know whether the county could afford. So I leave these for you. Grant overall a loan. Now a loan, generally speaking, we would count against our debt limit. We would have to pass a bylaw. And one should have some confidence that a loan will be repaid. And I don't know that the seed money that was requested by the Andrew Rural Academy is looking for the working procedure. Provide a per capita amount based on the overall population of the county, or provide a per capita amount based on the catchment that's defined on that side of the county where families would likely support the school. A very pragmatic way would be to provide a matching grant where residents or parents of students who are going to be participating in the charter school could be matched, let's say. And the last one, which again is the most pragmatic one, is encourage charter school to apply to our community sponsorship program and our community halls and transportation grants program. I would suggest that if that's the direction council wants to go, then it would probably make sense to table this until the policies are approved. I should reinforce that the charter school will be funded at the same, if approved, the charter school will be funded at the same level as regular public schools. So this truly is startup money.
So is the issue the entity that would be receiving the money?
All I indicated is that when the county gives money, it ought to be to a society or a corporation, that's all. And I don't know whether they have incorporated, I don't remember that being part of the presentation. I'm sure in the fullness of time it will be.
Well, and so my view on this is sort of the same as what the county did with the village of Chipman. You know,
What was that?
the bridge. That it's not in our borders, but we still took some money from the aggregate levy fund. We gave that, and that was a big help to the residents of Chipman and the surrounding area. Eh?
So council requisitioned it and made it conditional on province providing the funding.
So I'm thinking the rural academy is of equal importance to the village of Andrew, the northeast corner of the county. So the aggregate levy fund, the interest that they made on the money in there could support the $50,000, whether it be in 2 increments or whatever, with the condition that it has to be fully approved before they receive funds.
But is that what the money is for the aggregate levy?
Was it for the bridge?
Well, that's what the roads, I don't understand, that's the roads and bridges, but it's not,
Any idea what the county ratepayers pay in school tax, a ballpark? Is it $1 million, a couple million?
I'll feel that.
I think it's something at night. Could be wrong.
Just the concern I have with this, and I think it goes along. I would like to see that charter in place before we discuss this matter further.
Yeah.
Because without that charter, I'm not too sure
where this money's going.
how pleased the ratepayers would be for us to commit $50,000 and then find out that the thing isn't approved, right?
Yeah.
And I appreciate you need seed money now, but I think it's something we can look at. You get your charter, we'll consider it further. And the other thing we can do is, if their charter is approved, maybe we can finance furniture, or because they indicated they need to buy furniture, they need to buy desks, they need to do some renovations and stuff. Something a little more tangible, I think, than kind of supporting communications, funding consultant expertise in communications and marketing. I just, I'm for the project. If they get their charter, I think we can discuss it further at that point in time. That's kind of my idea.
I had a parent call me, they're homeschooling and they were going to the meeting to probably sign up, and I basically, that was on Friday, and I was driving back to Dillon, and I basically told them that pretty well what you said, Dave, is it's a little different if it's already got its charter and stuff, then and I explained, you know, the ratepayers are already paying millions of dollars in school tax, including me and him. And I said they were saying they needed 10 staff, and according to the strikes on TV, they're saying the average is 75,000 per staff. That's superintendents would be more, but let's say 75 grand, that's 750,000, and if they got 70 kids, that's almost 11,000, $10,714 a kid. I don't know what the government would pay, but basically I said if they had a charter, it'd be a different story. And ratepayers are already paying millions of dollars. It's I didn't know how I'd be able to explain to ratepayers. Once they got a charter, they need to get going, maybe there's something we can do, but.
So what was your question was, what are we paying to Alberta School Foundations? Residential and farmland are paying 1.55 million. when you add, non-residential, the overall, tax collected for Alberta School Foundation is 3.6 million.
So that's the total for the county, 3.6 million ratepayers are already paying into schools, right?
So the primary residential is how much?
I don't want to say anything about it all forward, and I hope it succeeds, and then, you look at, we're having a meeting and somebody brought this up. And the representative from the town of Andrew didn't know about it either, all of a sudden they got competition, I really hope. It's really sad to see the competition, it's really, really sad to see that,
Is that in the works or is it just popped up?
Well, I think to try and get kids not to sign there, in my opinion, it's, I'm not speaking for council, but I was really disappointed that, Alcon would pull that off. So they didn't even mention it before, but now that, they didn't want nothing to do with Andrew, and now maybe they'll have, and I agree, they need a school there. And, they throw this into the mix, I couldn't believe what I was reading.
Colleen. So you think I gathered with just the general nods of heads that we sort of tabled this request till they get their charter?
Right, and you were talking February 24th or something.
And it might be
something.
sooner. That's the deadline date, they said is February 24th. Could appear next week.
And I do remember one year what we contributed to the Berkey.
True.
Berkey binder, you can,
Let's keep it.
yeah.
Well, I think we still contribute a fair bit because we do all the snow plowing and stuff for a while.
I asked Tracy to find a figure for you. It might come as a surprise.
I mean, it's probably not a big deal this year.
No, we typically have been providing 2 to 3 graders for a part of a day to clear snow annually.
There was a question earlier.
What do they call it, parking binders? Burka binders.
Mr. Reed, there was a question from Councilor Nacker, the reserve balance in the aggregate levy fund is $2.1 million.
How much?
2.1 million.
But I think what we gotta just make sure that people know is that, like, I'm in support of it too, because I mean, this helps the village of Andrew. And help revitalize some of it. Till they get their card or their charter application brought forward. In perspective, it looks like you're paying 3 people as contractors to see what they're doing if we were to allot this money right now. Cause they don't have a guaranteed yes, they don't have this is their presentation. Seed money seems like, to me, in my eyes, it looks like we're paying the presenter and 2 other people that were here for the delegation for their time. It doesn't look like it's going to
Consult.
to anything that we can contribute money to until we know that the application has been approved.
Even
So-
though these all grants are. I can't see that going for transportation.
No, and I mean, I understand where Mr. Knock is coming from, where we're funding other things, but you're relating a bridge to a charter school where our charter school isn't even approved, but that road's been there for 45 years. We know that we're gonna need to use it. We know our community uses it, and we're all in support of it. It's the same thing as the school. I'd love to see the school go. It's until they get their application filled out, then we just wait. Yeah.
Okay, so maybe let's craft a motion here that Lamont County Council defer the decision on the requests by the Andrew Rural School Academy And so after the confirmation of the receipt of the check. Yeah. Deputy Reeve, Kelly Reeve.
Yeah, that the Lamont County Council deferred the decision on the registration for request for the Andrew Rural Academy till receipt until after receipt of the charter.
You want to change that to have receipt of their charge?
Or yes. Yeah.
All the feeds for the whole northeast part and all the kids, and
Yeah.
I really hope it does. Like I guess I'm pulling 100%. We gotta look after the ratepayers' money too.
Absolutely. Any further questions, concerns, debate? Not, all in favor? Carried 5-0. There's another motion here that we sign a letter of support. I'm not sure who that would be going to.
Then we would go to the people that are requesting the charter, make it part of the application.
So could we include that letter advising them that council has these, council supports the annual rural academy? However, I'm prepared to make a financial commitment until.
And we'll consider a financial commitment.
This is in support of the charter application, which means that we'd be sending it to the government. Normally, if you support something, you're going to send it to the person. I didn't, we just ignore this for the time being.
So you don't want to make that resolution?
No. I don't think this council. Can we move on to 7.3? Okay, let's move on to 7.3. Some more inter-municipal collaboration. Projects. Peter.
So, Mr. Reed, that was the case in the last meeting, we have, 4 more extensions to the ICF, program in accordance with the municipal orders that provides for is it a 7-year versus a 5-year? I don't remember the number. That's next. Please provide a further briefing, Ms. Irving, otherwise these should be very straightforward.
Exactly, so this is, so following the extension of the first 6 ICFs from the last council meeting, we're bringing forward the next project 4. For those joining us online who did not attend the last meeting, intermunicipal collaboration frameworks are required between adjacent municipalities per the Municipal Government Act. And most of Lamont County's existing ICFs were adopted between 2020 and 2021 with terms between 4 and 5 years. In March 2024, the Government of Alberta indicated that the MGA and regulation guiding development of ICFs is being updated. And as such, they recommended that we extend all of our existing agreements out to the period of 2027 in order to accommodate some of those legislative updates. So the first one for today is on page 113. And that is between Lamont County and County of Two Hills. They have taken this to their council and they've received the extension. And so this would, if approved, the extension would move the existing ICF from 2025 to 2027.
These are similar in nature. All we're doing is extending the date from 2024 to 2027.
Yeah, in this case, I think it's 2025 to 27. You can just say extend to 2027 and that would be perfect. Yeah, they're all just slightly different and the only thing we're changing is the actual term. All of the other clauses and inclusion within each agreement remain untouched.
Council, any concerns or questions?
Oh, we do one. For all of them, or do we have to do everyone separate?
One for each, please.
Okay, let's do the round table here then. I need the first one.
Lamont County Council authorized the agreement amending the interprovincial collaboration framework agreement with County of Two Hills to extend the term of their agreement to 2027.
Thank you, Neil. Any questions or concerns? Seeing none, all those in favor? Yeah. It's carried 5-0. I'll do 7-4, that Lamont County Council authorize the agreement amending the intermunicipal collaboration framework agreement with Beaver County to extend the term of the agreement from 2025 to 2027. Any questions or concerns? Seeing none, all those in favor? It's carried 5-0. Councilor Lacta, you want to do Sturgeon? 7-5.
Yeah, I move that the Lamont County Council authorize the agreement amending the intermunicipal collaboration framework agreement with Sturgeon County to extend the term of the agreement from 2025 to 2027.
Questions or concerns? Seeing none, all those in favor? Carried 5-0. And 7-6, Smoky Lake County.
The Lamont County Council authorized the agreement amending the intermunicipal collaboration framework agreement with Smoky Lake County to extend to the term of the agreement from 2026 to 2027.
Just a point of clarification, is that 2026 date, right?
It is, yeah. Theirs took a little longer initially, I guess.
All right, well, if you look, it's probably a lot more professional than any of the others we've given. All right, any other questions or concerns? Seeing none, all those in favor? It's carried 5-0.
Before we move on, Missouri has prepared a summary of the status of all the various ICFs. So the green column, the one colored green in the left column are the ones that council addressed 2 weeks ago. The ones that are yellow are the ones that you've approved today. We have 2 remaining, one with the town of Lamont and one with Strathcona County. You see preliminary dates when we expect to bring those forward.
That's correct. So, and I think that all of the, other than Smoky Lake, which is initially going to expire in 2026, most of our ICFs are expiring by the end of March of 2025. And so this just shows how we are going to complete the remaining ICF agreements. We've been taking them forward to Lamont County Council as we receive feedback from each of the municipalities that they are taking their end of the agreement to their councils. And so at this point, I'm expecting to hear from Town of Lamont tonight, in which case I'll be able to prepare that extension for the next council meeting. And then Strathcona County is looking out to March at this point to bring the ICF to their council meeting. And so we're aligning with their timeline and we'll bring it in March 11th, I believe. But that should put us on track to have them all updated before expiration at the end of March.
All right, thank you.
Okay, if there's no other questions regarding the ICFs, we'll move on to item 7.7, capital ATV edition.
So Mr. Reed, the next three items are capital acquisitions with wheels and council's procurement policy indicates that these matters are supposed to come specifically for your approval. Before I hand it off to Mr. Lamont, who's joining us remotely, I'll say that all three of these items were entered in the 2025 budget deliberations when we looked at the capital requirements. My hope is that we don't need to debate them again. Each of them seems to have come in either at or below the approved budget. So with that, I'll ask her to hit the highlights on item 7.7 capital ATV edition.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Ternowski. The first RFD is pertaining to the addition of a quad. We did get 3 quotes. I based it on the 2 most popular brands, not excluding the other brands, but after discussion and deliberation with some of the other municipalities, I want to make sure that council has the best information and what would work the best for this organization. So based on that, I did get 3 quotes for a Honda and a Can-Am. From proponent number 1, they quoted on a Honda and on a Can-Am, and then on proponent number 2, it was for straight Honda. I am leaning more towards a Honda, as they are the only manufacturer that I'm aware of that has direct transfer from the engine to the transmission.
And you'll see on page 170 it is the lowest overall price.
Correct, and that is under the budget approved amount of 16,000. So there was some money saved there as well.
Council, any questions? Most proponent 2 saves us $34.
Yeah.
Pretty fun. Go for it. Your turn, Council.
I'll make a motion that the Lamont County Council approve the purchase of one 2025 Honda TRX 520 from component number 2 for $12,374 plus tax under the capital 2025 capital equipment plan.
Any questions or concerns? Seeing none, all in favor?
Yeah.
Carried 5-0.
In November, we had considerable talk about whether to buy a large mulcher or small mulcher. And also was advised about committed prices for trading of our current equipment. So Mr. Lamont have to take you through the highlights of this one as well.
So with regards to this RFD, as Mr. Ternowski had made note, there was discussion between a smaller unit and a larger unit. There was pros and cons for both, but through the budget deliberations, council felt that we need to continue on with the large. So what you have here on page 173 is the spreadsheet for 4 different options. This unit we currently have right now is a 2011 unit. It did start out being a dual department unit. It was utilized by Public Works in the summertime for profiling dust controls, and then in the wintertime for ASB for the brushing program. Public Works has chosen to go back to the greater operated profiler. This unit therefore would just be under ASB. There is numerous repairs that have been done. We are, based on industry, coming very close to the life of this unit. So the availability of having a new one is good, but also the vendor is prepared to give us $160,000 trade-in for this unit. Plus, they would also take our profile head that Public Works would utilize both in on trade. If looking at the other 4 options, the Prime Tech is the cheapest, and from my feelings, it is a vendor that we know very well, and it's a manufacturer we know very well, and our staff are familiar with it, and it's also going to be available in February of 25.
So Mr. Lamont, it's option 1 that you're presenting from the spreadsheet. Correct?
Correct.
Yep.
Any questions or concerns?
Looks like a pretty good deal. Good trading values anyway. This is the one smaller one, right?
No, this,
Okay,
Councillor Warwood, it's the large one.
yeah, okay.
Questions? Somebody want to put the motion?
Lamont County Council approved the purchase of the 2024 FAE PT 300 mulcher for the purchase price of $565,000, and accepts the trade-in value for the 2011 Prime Tech PT 300 of $160,000, and the FAE RSL 225 profile head of $40,000 from Edge Equipment in accordance with the 2025 capital equipment plan.
Any questions or concerns?
That'll be $200,000 off of 565 is what it boils down to. Okay, 365 for that. Is that clear, more or less?
No further questions or concerns. All those in favor? That's carried 5-0. 7.9.
So this I apologize. This is the last RFE that I have. This is the replacement of a 2022 Degelman rotary mower. This mower is the one that has the spraying system on it, the 1-pass system. If you look on page 175, there is 4 different proponents. Some of them have quoted on a cash deal. Some of them have quoted on a trade-in. If you look at the base price, they are all pretty much within a couple $100 of each other, with the exception of proponent number 3. I did question them on the difference of 3,000, but based on what they did quote, that's what they're prepared to do. And same thing on the trade-in. The trade-in was anywhere from a $17,000 unit to 22,000. So based on this, you have one of two options. We can either go with the cheapest, which is proponent number 3, for $35,990, or the vendor that we historically have used in the past for a difference of roughly $2,000, which ultimately is very similar to what the base price was. So
The guy we used, the outfit we used before is, what number here, sorry?
number 1.
1B.
That is, Direct, that's the name of the equipment. No, is it direct with the equipment or is that the?
It's the dealer we use all the time, I think.
So given that we've done an RFP and they all responded, we really ought to be choosing proponent 3 unless there is something unique about proponent 1. Which would have a statement name, be unique in your evaluation criteria. We really ought to be. We ought to be running proponent 3.
So are they all the same?
They base when we sent out the tender, they knew what they're bidding on. So my recommendation is to go with the cheapest for $35,990.
Is that dealer local or like within
That's the local, correct?
parts an extra 1,000 miles?
Well, these mowers are all now built in Lacombe at the Rent Factory. Degelman did wind up buying that factory 3 years ago. So the logistics definitely for the Alberta municipalities is a lot cheaper than it was 2 years ago.
This is a local dealer?
It's a local dealer for proponent number 3.
You gave the other ones dealers, why don't we get the dealers here?
Good question.
Sure.
Yeah, no, just see what.
I don't know what options missing to be 4 grand less or just. Maybe there's that much markup, I guess. That's what they did. They're identical, Terry, they're identical machines, correct?
All the specifications were given to them in advance, and they quoted accordingly, Councillor Woitus.
Okay, yeah, we're not getting something within a middle or something. A lower grade of piece of equipment, is it?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Any other questions?
I move that Lamont County Council award the tender to proponent 3 for $56,140. Best trade-in value of $20,150 for a net price of $35,990 plus taxes, to be funded per the approved 2025 capital improvement budget plan, project ASB-2025-04.
Any questions or concerns? Seeing none, all those in favor? Carried 5-0. Moving on to item 7.1, review proposed 2025 drainage plan.
So, Mr. Reed, we're getting a jump on our 2025 drainage program. The process has quite consistently the past couple of years. Being that we bring forward for review with council, our initial review of various culverts, bodies, bridges that need to be addressed. Providing an opportunity to see them, get comfortable with them, identify anything that you think may have been either overlooked or is of a higher priority. And then when we receive your feedback, we'll bring that for your approval. The 2025 program, each of the represents your electoral division. While the numbers are not on them, you'll recognize the first one as Division 1, and then you go consecutively active one. Go ahead.
So as Mr. Cook said, as similar years past, we have brought forward our proposed work for 2025. As you can see on the sheets handed out, the planned culvert replacements are shown in red. Subdivision approaches are shown in blue. We have a few special projects planned for 2025. Those are shown in green. And all the projects that were completed from 2021 to 2024 are shown in black. So in, I know in 2024, we did bring a proposed plan that identified which work would be done early, which would be done by our external contractors through our contract program. We haven't made that decision as of yet, but we will have that plan based on the final option later in the year. In 2025, we have 63 locations that involve 77 culverts for replacement and new installations. For our special projects, we have 4 catch basins with approximately 100 meters of lateral pipe in Hamlin Hilliard. The work has been identified through our master drainage study. We are trying to continue to work and build on for the last 20 years. So the work is throughout the county. Some areas we'll see more work than others, but that's because it just passed the various ICD models.
And in Division 3, we're looking at replace the culvert. I believe that is 562 and 800.
Those are our approach culverts in the hamlet of St. Michael, consisting of the 2 to the St. Michael Hall and the 1 to the east of the St. Michael Hall.
The east of the hole.
Correct, yes.
Sorry, I don't understand.
There's 3 existing culverts.
Correct. We've had problems throughout years past with constantly having to steam them out due to the way that they've been installed currently, as well as lots of materials building in them. Newer installations will help filter out a lot of that so that we don't have as many problems with them. They are in very bad shape as well. Correct, yes.
I don't think, what's in there now?
Currently 1,800 or 1,600, sorry. I believe that's, yeah, 1,600 millimeter pipe.
584, and seen that intersection, why you asked a bit, or we got those two tiny ones.
I believe those are two 800 millimeters right now. They could be two 600. I'd have to double check. But there is two pipes crossing there currently.
Did we replace those just recently?
No, we didn't replace those yet. If you wish, we do have room to add those into the program this year.
I think we're putting that to all work on lots of people. From that, the modern there.
I will confirm the sizing of them, and if needed, if warranted, I will upgrade them to two 800s as well.
You're gonna have to raise the road a bit there.
We shouldn't have to with the work that's been done recently there. Those pipes are above ditch grade right now.
Okay, good. I have a question for you. So in all of our maps here. Only two culverts that. Are on our border. Do we work, like we just talked about our intermunicipal collaboration? Do we work with Beaver County to replace these culverts, or do we just totally incur the cost? Is
So when it comes to our border roads, we're responsible for the south and west, unless it's been annexed in order, specific order. So we're responsible for the culvert and the drainage within the road allowance on our border with Beaver County and Strathcona County. The similar, Midburn County and Two Hills County, they're responsible for our border west east. Now, if we are going to be impacting drainage downstream, we may want to give them a heads up. But typically with our borders along Beaver, that water is all going into the creeks. And I know from experience, our borders with Beaver to west of the lake is all going into the creek and through bridge structure itself. And our work south of Beaver County, or to the east of the lake is all of this, only this call.
right. No, that's what I was asking, because the one that they have on 185, that's gonna be a bigger project, is it not? That would be the whole creek culvert, or is this? This isn't the creek you're talking about? Or were you just doing like a leveling, equalization culvert?
So the one on,
You'd have it set, that's, they call it. Ross Creek or Norris Creek. That would flow right on 530 and 185. Right on the border.
the one in Luck,
Yeah,
that was done in, last year.
so, but isn't that on the one that's not the big one, that was just the
No.
little one that was to the east of
That's
that.
the little one that was to the east.
Okay. That's all I was wondering, if there was a big one that we planned on after this one is done. Not being related.
In between 540. And 534. Right by the church. And that's a 160. That's the boundary, so that would be Midburn's.
On 160 would be Midburn, yes.
Yeah, can you face the bridge here? Is that what they were doing now?
I'm not familiar with all the bridge locations they're doing over the next 2 years, but I mean, yeah.
Because they're just about completed there.
Okay.
They were working in the last 2-3 weeks. They have their own boats. I didn't drive up there, but. That's just before. Sitch Church, or Muskogee Church.
But are you expecting there to be downstream concerns with that, or?
It's downstream for us because it comes. That's the way to drainage. It comes right through my land
Okay.
and it ends up there.
We can reach out to them and see if we can get, information on what
See what they did.
what they're putting in versus what was there before.
Yeah.
Typically.
There was a bridge there before.
Yeah. With, they're using this, either the same engineers or similar engineering, consultants.
following the same standards as set by Alberta Transportation for bridge structures, so. You know, for them to replace a bridge, if they're putting in a bridge, it's not really gonna impact the flow. But if they're putting in a culvert structure instead of a bridge, then, you know, they have to maintain the same sort of flow.
$560 between 831 and 202. 20, yeah, 202. No repairs there, no culvert replacements or deepening or anything.
We have currently engaged an engineering company for getting the Alberta environmental approval. We haven't planned the work yet, but we do have more room for the work to happen if we do manage to obtain the approval this year.
Up in the northwest corner of my division. Near the Division 3 and Division 5 boundary line, we're putting a 2, 4, 6, 3, 10, 1,000 culverts. Is there significant drainage there? Nothing showing on the map.
It is a pretty significant stream by the time. Just not gonna get to those ones. We are having flow rates in a 1 in 25-year storm event of 3.5 to 3.92 cubic meters per second.
You familiar with that area now?
I don't know. That's unusual, they usually go take a bullet there. Got caught off guard this one.
The 1,000 culverts, what they have there?
A little over 3 feet.
3 feet.
So there's gonna be 2, 4, 6, 8, 10.
So this is the proposed.
Correct.
Open for addition if needed.
Where does that water come from?
To get to on 182 there, to get to. What would that be, Range Road?
It's coming from south of 580. The property that has a old lease road going across the drainage course there.
That's not Bangor Scarrow Lake, is it?
No.
Well, that goes northeast of that.
Yes, so we, council has, set aside, 500,000 for contracted work. Once we, council has approved the plan, we will put out, tenders. Similar to what was done in 2024, we will, set aside work in one or two areas. So they're not jumping around throughout the county and minimize mobilization costs.
Any other questions regarding the drainage map?
So it's gonna come back in 4 weeks,
4 to 6 weeks.
4 to 6 weeks, so if you do have suggestions, please provide them. Within the next 2 to 3 weeks. That way they can be incorporated and evaluated. We've already got one from. Obviously, Councilor Nassif.
It's in here, pretty good. Are we catching up in master drainage report?
We're definitely handling a lot of the significant upgrades recommended in it. I continue to address some of those courses every year, as you can see from the north end of the county through divisions 5 and 3 this year. This is up, those are all upgrading major drainage courses, as well as the one in division 5. We've had issues at one pipe multiple times that kind of sparked the work. Where we've had various holes in the road, the pipe keeps washing out.
Where do we keep watching those?
The one on 582.
And
Between 195 and 200. We've had numerous issues at that pipe.
that's the name, sorry. We're now in our third year, construction cleaning for. He's gonna have to contact forces like, and we did close to 100 calls. We're making progress.
That comes out week from 8:55. From by the stonehouse, right, Gerald? Comes across through factories,
Yes.
and it comes in through radar. Those two big creeks, a big creek. And then it crosses 161. They end up at 160 by 50 miles. Used to be.
I believe so, yeah.
Yeah. Yeah, so when you see, just to see what they did there. Is it a big bridge or is it a?
You will find out.
Yeah.
I want to 582 in that, maybe look for the opener. What's wrong with that culvert there?
We've just had numerous issues with it, between holes forming in the road around the pipe, washouts along the side of it, beaver issues in the past.
That culvert was changed, did they put the wrong side there, or what happened?
It is undersized, but at the time they didn't have the master drainage plan to recommend sizing as well.
Well, the last time that thing was put in too high also.
So we will be lowering it and installing a bigger pipe.
Maybe just one final thought here, Ken. I believe it's on 572. That's the 185. I believe that's. There should be 2 culverts in there. Lots of major activity in that area. The is there. Just check those culverts in. Because I know we had the first couple years, but they're kind of a bit of an issue there.
No problem. I can then go and check those out before we bring up my plan to you. I'll touch base with the ASV department as well to see what kind of issues they've had there.
If you go back in the corner of Range Road 185 and going north. I think there's another big culvert that crosses 185. I think all that water ends up going to 580 and 184 by Cossey's there. And follows through on that channel, right? You check them.
Yeah.
Okay, any other questions?
Not, I will make a motion that Lamont County Council accept the review of proposed 2025 drainage program as information. Questions or concerns? Seeing none, all in favor? Carried 5-0. And we'll move on to item 7.11, gravel road maintenance policy 5128.
So, Mr. Reed, you may recall that this was brought, one of my favorites, this was brought forward in the committee of the whole setting on has to do with the merging of three policies into one, all dealing with graveling of roads and gravel road maintenance. Darby, if you can get the highlights, this one may be somewhat simple, approval given that you've seen it.
So as council reviewed back in December 10th, we currently have three policies. 5125 gravel of roads, 5128 gravel road maintenance, and 5133 road classification. We did a thorough review of these three policies and we put forward a proposed updated policy 5128, which is shown on page 197. It incorporates the three existing policies and the only change after discussion with my staff, we did make one proposed change to that, shown on page 200, item number G. Operators may use discretion to deviate from the blading frequency when conditions warranted. And we've outlined under section 2 on page 199, we set minimum passes for each type of road. But there may be certain instances where the road maintenance can be a quick touch up and not a full maintenance. The policy is exactly as council reviewed on the 10th, other than that we change on page 2.
These were reviewed at committee of the whole, right?
These were reviewed by committee of the whole on December.
So I have a question for you. That service request that I forwarded last week regarding Range Road 181, the dead end road.
Yep.
Where the farm to get access to is. What classification would that road be?
181 north, that's
North of 580.
that would be because there is one lane that's on that road.
Yes,
Yeah,
but it's
so that
like
is-
75 meters.
Yeah, so that would be a little.
That would be an open road.
Yeah, so minimal traffic that you typically they serve access to residences. From there, then we get down into low volume. What we call field access roads, so used to be called low volume roads. Those roads won't see maybe a car a day. Probably higher traffic in the spring and the fall with seeding and harvest, but typically they won't see much traffic there. But this policy only deals with road maintenance during the spring, summer, and fall. Our council also has approved a snow removal policy that dictates how and when we remove snow in the winter months.
Okay, so there's a couple of dead end roads in Division 4, I believe 171 and 172. Do we just ignore those for the winter unless requested to plow?
We do have some dead end roads throughout the county. We put up dead end road signs. If somebody is needing to get access, we will go and open up. But we typically don't unless requested because there may not be anybody trying to get access there through the winter.
And I think we signed them off too, that the road closed.
Yes, so they're barricaded,
Yeah.
signed off, no winter maintenance.
Cause in just east of your place, about 2 miles or that, it's a dead end. And it's all signed, I noticed the other day, I was up there.
Council, any questions on that?
So, what's added, what's subtracted from what we had?
So what council reviewed on the 10th, the only thing that added is item G on page 200. from the pre-existing policies. The major information was brought over. Under policy 5125 gravel roads. We didn't include, bringing number 3 maps and getting proposed gravel program for the following year shall be submitted to council prior to October 1st. We do summer gravel, we don't do winter gravel, so we've been bringing the plans forward in the spring for council for the year, so stuff like that we didn't bring over. But the typical guidelines of how we maintain the roads are brought forward under policy 5128 or 5133, sorry. Some of the verbiage and the names have changed, but the classifications are really the same. The only thing that we did, we had seasonal roads, we removed that. Because our seasonal roads are typically our local or our commercial roads or our collector roads anyways.
So where is 574 west of 171?
So under that situation, that would be a low volume road, so a field access road. There is one person that's currently living there with no residents other than an RV. If council wishes to do upgrades to that road, that would be a decision of council, but we will continue to provide access as best we can.
So are we plowing it in winter?
Yes, sir.
Any other questions? Is if you go to page 199. For collector rules,
Later once every 2 weeks, minimum 3 passes. Well, what's the minimum 3 passes?
With a free pass, you're doing a cut and a spread. With arterial roads, we're saying minimum 4 passes for proper blading, because you're gonna cut spread. With a collector road, and you're using 3 passes on your narrow roads. Some operators prefer to do 4 passes everywhere. Sometimes it's not feasible to always do 4 passes when you're dealing with what I'm gonna call a boat train. In the proper way, it's 4 passes, but 3 passes will get you by as well. Dealing with roads like 580, they could use 6 passes in certain instances to do a proper blading of that road.
For collector road should be like 540.
Collector road would be 540, 195 would be arterial road. 550 may be considered a collector road. Definitely roads in the heartland like 560, 202, those are going to be considered arterial roads. So your arterial roads are the ones that connect you to the highways. Collectors will pick up your local road traffic and take it. You could take it to your highways, could take it to your arterial roads. It really comes down to the number of vehicles per day and what type of industry it's servicing.
We're up 550 from Highway 15 west all the way to the Josephburg Road. For the county boundary, that one has. I don't know if it'll make a 2-week cut. There's a lot of traffic on that road, and it's a pretty poor road. Long park.
No, and when we say bladed bladed weekly or once every 2 weeks, that's our minimum. So if it needs to be bladed more than once every 2 weeks, then that's what we will do. We're trying to set our minimum standards here.
Let's say you just graveling every 5 years.
Yeah, and there may be roads that might need gravel.
Yeah.
Now and 3 years instead of 5 because of certain situations. And ultimately council has the ability to direct us, will tell us which roads they will be gravel yearly.
Okay, any other questions? Not motion to accept this information. Sorry, as presented, I guess. Make a motion that Lamont County Council approve policy 5128 road or gravel road maintenance as presented.
Any questions or concerns? Seeing none, all those in favor? Carried 5-0. Okay, we'll break for lunch. Council okay coming back at about 12:50?
Yeah.
Yes. Great, welcome back to the January 28th, 2025 regular council meeting at reconvene at 12:50. Move on to item 7.12 of the agenda, use of a drone for municipal purposes.
Thank you, Mr. Reed. So at the December 10th council meeting, council directed, or rather discussed concerns that were raised by a ratepayer in regards to the use of a county-owned drone by administration. And at the conclusion of that discussion, council asked a motion suggesting that administration pursue a legal opinion regarding flying drones over private yards. So we reached out to the county's legal counsel to clarify legal requirements. And Mr. Dietz can take you through the very simple response that's available within this public briefing. The belief is that if you want to go into detail in the legal opinion that was provided, we have to do that in a closed session. So go ahead.
So, as Mr. Reynolds said, we reached out to the county's legal counsel to clarify the legal requirements for notification to landowners, private flyover property, private property, as well as to whether the use of a drone over private property would conflict with any provincial or federal laws. In brief summary, the legal opinion provided suggests that as long as Lamont County is utilizing a drone for municipal purposes and is cognizant of not directly imaging either through pictures or video persons on their property, the county is within its rights to fly over private property without prior notification. As Mr. Troy said, should council wish to review the legal opinion in full, it is our recommendation that this be done in closed session.
It says to fly over, but not to, no pictures or videos.
So if we're not directly imaging, but we are well within our rights to take video as long as we're cognizant not to directly image people on their own property.
So the day define the airspace of the property, because when it comes to subsurface, I mean, you can own anything below ground, right?
So,
Except maybe mineral rights or whatever.
so when it comes to the airspace of a private property, the landowner does not own that. If a landowner has a 100-foot tower, we would fly 101 feet. Our licenses do not permit us to fly over 400 feet above ground.
But not no direct imaging.
No direct imaging. So somebody, if under the terms of voyeurism, if you're flying a private property, someone's out in their yard, you're not directly taking images of them. But if you're out flying property looking for a drainage concern and they happen to be on their happen to be out of the house, and that's indirect imaging, you're not directly flying over to see what they're doing.
That's what Transport Canada has laid on.
That's provincial rules.
Yeah, drones, Transport Canada, isn't it?
So there's the Transport Canada dictates how how and where you apply. Other laws around voyeurism, nuisance, those are the types of concerns that were addressed through the legal opinion.
I have. From my own opinion, I kind of think. We want to be open, we want to be transparent. We, to me, it is a bit of an invasion of someone's privacy without giving them notice that this thing's gonna be flying above your head. So I think, yeah, Christiane is putting a motion on the board, which I would like to bring forward to council so that we could debate the motion that I'm proposing here.
Does council wish to review the legal opinion? That's what you asked us to bring, and we summarize it in 3 sentences, but there is a more substantive opinion that we're prepared to present to you.
Was concerned by ratepayers and ratepayers pay the lawyer, why would we go on camera? Right, so what's the, what did they tell us?
You wanna make a motion to go on camera?
No, I don't think you need to go on camera, but let's see what they told us.
You don't need to recommend it.
I don't think we need to go.
I don't think we need to go on camera, we're not, we're, if a mistake was made, we're gonna fix it, it's not, we're not crucifying somebody right now, let's figure this out and see what we gotta do in the future. Yeah. They paid for it, the ratepayers paid for it.
So, Mr. Reed, perhaps the approach might be the council reviews it, and then once you've reviewed it, you can take the decision to make it public. That's what.
So, may I suggest that we have a letter here from our lawyer that will become a public record when it's heard in a public meeting. When you go in closed session, this document will be out. So it will not become. Like to consider.
Then we can make a motion to make public.
Okay.
Decide after you find out the information. Maybe here.
Okay, let's go in camera, read the letter. See. What you want to do with that. I'd like to read the whole letter instead of just a summary.
I think we're having issues with our audio. So, like 4 people just sent me stuff, they can't hear anything.
Yeah. That's our connection
Okay,
from our transmission here, has no issues.
okay.
Okay, so let's make a motion to go on camera. We'll read the letter, decide whether we want to make it public or not. Yeah, I'll move that Lamont County Council move the January 28, 2025 regular council meeting into a closed session meeting at 12:59 PM to discuss the following items. Legal opinion. WAPAC section 27. Questions or concerns? See none, all in favor? Okay. Welcome back to the regular council meeting of January, the open session of the regular council meeting of January 28th, 2025. Oh, yeah. Okay, good. All right, so coming out of camera, we have a couple motions to make in regards to drones. The first one I would like to make is that, Lamont County Council direct administration to create a policy prohibiting the use of county drones above occupied residential and occupied commercial property without notification to the landowner.
Will the word prior?
Without prior notification.
Well, you want the word prior? Yeah.
Yes.
Okay.
Be offered to a landowner. Usually to. Questions, concerns, debate? Seeing none, all those in favor? Yeah. It's carried 5-0. And does someone want to make the second motion?
Lamont County Council make a letter with a legal opinion on use of drones for municipal purposes, a public document.
Questions or concerns? Seeing none, all those in favor? It's carried 5-0. Okay, thank you, council. All right, let's move on to 713, road naming policy.
Mr. Reed, we're on page 203. This matter was brought to the January 14th council meeting. The nuance with regards to how the 75% is calculated has been incorporated per your direction. Go ahead, Barry.
So as discussed with council, 2 weeks ago, we currently have an application, and when we reviewed that application, there was a number of properties along the road that are assigned a civic address, but do not have a current residence on it. As directed by council, we have attached a proposed policy with amendments that indicate that only occupied properties, either residential or commercial, with the civic address will be included in the review process. As shown on page 206 and 207, all the changes to the policy have been shown in yellow. So the applicant shall submit a letter to Lamont County. That's just a correction for the name. Site 3C, sign agreements for 75% around the nearest phone number of the other occupied properties with a civic address. Again, number 4, occupied properties, number 5, and then finally number 10, just referencing provincial regulation. Well, as shown, page 208, 209, we do have a updated application. As the application form was not part of the legal policy, so this application just application form will become part of the new the policy.
I believe this was discussed at committee of the whole previously. So any questions or concerns? Major change being it's 75% of the occupied properties. Right?
Yes, so under the existing policy,
It's 75% of properties with civic address, either residential or commercial. This will only require applicants to get 75% from occupied property landowners. So we're not considering old yard sites that the house has been, moved right now. Dilapidated, they're, only occupied properties would need to be considered in our reviewing the application.
Inhabited.
Exactly.
Ready to consider? Okay. Not, we'll entertain the motion.
I move that the Lamont County Council approve policy 5118, road naming policy as presented.
Any questions or concerns? Seeing none, all those in favor? It's carried 5-0. 7:14, scheduling of regular council meetings.
We are on page 211. The purpose of this RFP is to seek council's approval or revised schedule or cancellation council meetings on March 25th and June 10th. The chair of Alberta's industrial heartland, or is expected to attend the International Petrochemical Conference between March 2026 and the Port of Prince Rupert mission June 9th to June 11th. So council established a meeting schedule for 2025 at the 2024 organization meeting back in October, and this included regular meetings on those two dates. During the past couple of years, council has chosen to reschedule and cancel meetings where it is known well in advance that a councillor is unable to attend. Council may choose to cancel, reschedule, or hold meetings with fewer than 5 members present, provided that they maintain quorum. In consultation with Reed, his preference is that the schedule be revised such that he can attend the rescheduled meeting instead of March 25. But that the June 10th meeting proceed as planned without it. It's absolutely necessary. He could perhaps remote in for a few key agenda items on June 10th. This is the content of our discussion. Back when this was identified, we had a previous council motion. No, we didn't. We had a verbal discussion around exploring opportunities to reschedule. So we're blessed with 5 Tuesdays in April, which allows us a suitable 2-week period between meetings to be able to maintain delivery on council agendas. And were the schedule to be revised, March 25th could be held on April 1st, April 8th could be held on April 15th, April 22nd could be held on April 29th, and it still provides for 2 weeks to May 13th. And June 10th, at least the discussion with the Reed was, could proceed as from his perspective, could proceed as planned with the deputy Reed chairing the meeting, unless of course councillors are comfortable with that. The April 29th alternative also means that council is not meeting immediately following the extra long Easter long weekend, so. The recommendation is that Lamont County Council revise the council meeting schedule per the proposed timing in the report.
Conclusion, guys. The one in March is a trip to San Antonio. All expenses are covered by the Alberta Industrial Heartland Association. It's a quick trip. We leave on Sunday, have our event on Monday, and we're back in the air on Tuesday, so it probably wouldn't be feasible for me to attend remotely. The other one is a trip to the Port of Prince Rupert. Once again, all expenses are covered by the Heartland Association. There is a possibility of being able to join in remotely. However, it's council's decision, and I have no issues if council wishes to conduct the meetings without my presence. I'm on board with that. So then, according to this, you would be proposing moving March 25th to April 1st?
Yeah, everything shifts a week for those.
Shifts a week in April. And leave the meeting in that schedule.
Yeah.
Yeah. Order.
So okay with that? Looking for a motion?
Make a motion that the Lamont County Council revise the council meeting schedule per the proposed timing in report. Let me read them off. Current schedule, March 25th would be moved to new date, April 1st. April 8th would be moved to April 15th, and April 22nd would be moved to April 29th.
And June 10th remains scheduled.
June 10th remains scheduled.
You care, you. Any further questions or concerns? Seeing none, all those in favor? Carried 5-0. 7:15, 2025 update of policy 101 council remuneration.
This is quite straightforward, has to do with, council remuneration policy 101. When there is a cost of living adjustment above salaries, the Schedule A gets adjusted. Ms. Benoit has also prepared a few recommended adjustments for the remuneration amounts to align with that of other appointees to boards and committees and council as well as employees. Christian, you want to comment there?
Yes, as we have done in 2024, council has already seen the policies for reimbursement to employees and reimbursement to board members. And in the discussion that we had at that point, council was referred to the council remuneration schedule that is always adjusted after the budget has been passed. So in January of each year. And so council's remuneration policy reimbursements have now been adjusted according to the amounts that council had already adjusted for employees and board members. So it's the same amount for the per diems in the new policies, in the new reimbursement schedule for starting January 1st, 2025, than it is for in the other policies for board members.
So you'll see between page 2020, the old, and page 2021, the new. Ms. Benoit has rounded the numbers so that they're not wonky and 65 cents kind of allowances.
Okay, so essentially the new rates reflect the 3% COLA increase. Any other comments or concerns? want to make the recommended motion? Or whatever.
Move the Lamont County Council approves Schedule A of Council Remuneration Policy 101 as per January 1st, 2025.
Any questions or concerns? Seeing none, all those in favor? It's carried 5-0.
As a matter of advice, if you still have outstanding expense reports from 2024, please ensure you use the old schedule. New schedule is effective January 1st. One of the things that's kind of hidden on here is that the new mileage reimbursement rate from Canada Revenue Agency is now 72 cents. It was previously 70 cents per kilometer.
Okay. We'll move on to item 7.16, the Lamont County Community Halls and Transportation Grant Policy.
Darwin, you're 2 weeks in a row, well, 2 meetings in a row.
Me. Sorry, Peter.
Two matters were presented on the 14th of January. They were presented as 2 separate items, just so that they could be understood as being unique. However, we are bringing forward one report with both recommended policies with 2 separate motions. So, go ahead, sir.
Thank you, members of council. As you may recall, 2 weeks ago, we brought forth these recommended policies with the intent of providing some clarity and reporting abilities around community sponsorships. So the policy originally was policy 3112-22. And we have split it to allow for more clarity with the community hall and transportation grants. And some focus separately around community sponsorships. So as you recall, the community hall and transportation grant process remains unchanged as per the original policy. However, it stands alone now, whereas sponsorship guidelines have been removed. And a separate policy has been created to provide a little bit more guidance and outline to allow us to track reporting on sponsorships more thoroughly. I'm here to answer any questions that you have.
Station grants can't be used for paid by school district, right?
No, it's specifically originally Lamont County Council's intent was to provide support during the seniors transportation. And it's expanded over time to include individuals with medical needs, so not necessarily having to be a senior age.
So the first one, community halls has a maximum of $2,000. And the second one is open ended.
The second one.
Recognizing that the fee being 100, 200, $250.
At the discretion of council, so yeah, it's very rare that there's sponsorships are usually the smaller amounts.
I think we had a few bigger ones in last year's.
Yeah, we would have had the Ukrainian days sponsorship. I think that might have been $2,000.
Okay, these were reviewed in committee of the whole. Council got any further questions? If not, I'll make a motion that Lamont County Council approve policy 3150 community hall and transportation grants. Any questions or concerns? Seeing none, all those in favor? And then I need the second motion to approve policy 3250.
And we will walk in the policy 3250, Lamont County, community sponsorships.
All in favor? Carried 5-0. We'll now move on to item 7.17, follow-up action reports.
Start on page 238. Happy to answer any of your questions. Please use the item number in the left column. I note that some of these still show the progress, but number one is complete. I understand it, so happy to answer any questions.
Actually, item number 27 could almost be complete. We did have the workshop. Yes. Unless it's still open until we give the final third reading.
No, I'm still listening.
Yeah. And then item number 28. Tracy's not here. Do we know how many properties we have going up for sale on Wednesday?
I asked her to update the list, but I have not received it yet. She may be watching. Is remaining. The advice.
Progress report the resolution 2024 269. What is 269?
Is that one of our enforcement matters?
I don't know.
We don't have the other one.
Yeah, that is, our fertilizer. Yeah. Yeah, so that one is still ongoing.
Yeah, I realize that, but it says in progress, it referred to resolution 369. So what is 369?
That was telling us to proceed with the enforcement. Yeah, that was just telling us to take the action. Yeah.
Okay,
And so, we're still working with the government of Alberta to submit the revised plans.
okay, okay.
Darby, that our graders coming in?
The graders, will be here, I believe, the second week of February now. There's a delay on shipping. Originally, we were supposed to be here by the end of the month, which is this week, but we were notified last week that they should be here right around the 15th.
How many graders will we have on stock, in stock, then, once we receive those two?
Right now, we've got,
Do we have 14 on hand?
we have 12 on hand right now, or 13, 12 on hand. So 14, and then, what we'll do is bring a RFP to council to dispose of 2.
We can say that 12.
You got 13, you got 2 coming, that's 15.
So we have 12 right now, and then we have 2 coming. We have 10 in operation plus 2 spares at the moment, 2 on order that'll be here in 2 to 3 weeks. And then once they're in and fitted with the GPS, then we'll bring an RFD to council to dispose of 2.
Any other questions regarding the follow-up action list? Seeing none, somebody want to make a motion to accept this information?
Make a motion that the Lamont County Council accept the follow-up action item report for January 28, 2025 as information.
Questions or concerns? Seeing none, all those in favor? Carried 0. 7.18, Councilor Knocker, stop.
Leave a phone call from someone that sort of made some suggestion. Bob, we looked around and also had some questions about what we're doing and how it's gonna be done. I don't know, did you have any input from anybody?
I haven't directly received any questions raised to me. I did, I know we did have a contract hauler in the office a few days ago with some questions. But what I can tell you is that we are meeting with the contract haulers next week and planning to start the following week. As of Wednesday, we've hauled approximately 7,200 tons internally. We have 85,000 tons to haul for 2025 out of the CLH pit. We are anticipating stockpiling approximately 25,000 tons to Lamont, 20,000 to St. Michael, 10,000 to the Daniel pit, 20,000 to Mundare, and leaving approximately 10,000 in CLH pit for use in the Northeast.
Sorry, you said 25,000 to Lamont.
25,000 to Lamont, 20,000 to St. Michael, 10,000 to Daniel, 20,000 to Mundare, and 10,000 to CLH.
Roy, what's that then, that like to get out of it in the summertime?
That goes through town. And if you go straight north, you'll break up that section of dust control there. And I'm not sure going to the west. On Wastock Road is the answer. There was some comment made, maybe we stockpile it on the county-owned pit just north of 29.
So that property is leased out to an egg producer. So we would need to work with them to identify a stockpile location there. May impact their operation.
I thought it's going up for tender.
My understanding is, I thought council issued a multi-year.
We said it when we were here.
But the last year, I thought, I think boys renting a lot of tickets coming up, I'm not sure, we have checked Terry.
Oh, on lease.
Yeah, I know we're a little bit.
Terry's gonna be bringing something forward to ASB, looking for your recommendations for lease of 2 years. Based on discussion with Terry.
So
But it's, the lease expires, right?
my understanding is it's 1 more year left on that lease. It's the pits to the north of that he's looking to lease out for two years.
How about we prefer offline with you and the others on council? What do you say?
I got a call from the same ratepayers, going. And I told them the ideal spot would be to rent 3 acres right on the corner of four-way stop, Highway 29 and Monday Andrew Road. Said even if you paid $1,000 an acre for 3 acres and you stockpile there and you got highways every direction from there. Then you're not backtracking from Monday, it'd be the perfect spot, but. I don't think anybody there would, like we did, cross Smoky Lake Bridge on one winter we piled.
Operate the quarters and the other one operates. So.
Yeah, because wherever there's a driveway, I know there's one just east on the north side of the road. And it wouldn't take much to, it would save us a pile of money, because then you got highways to 16 to 29 all the way to Lamont, and that'd be an ideal spot. Now, $1,000 an acre, you'd get it way cheaper than that. That's 3 acres, small land.
So as discussed with council previously, our plan is to haul the majority of the gravel out, stockpile it through the county. To minimize the amount of hauling on Ranger 165 and 164 in summer. And we're going to see, we've seen high costs for dust abatement. That's been a concern both for our program and for private haulers, as well as potential road damage to 164, or the alternative was to overhaul on 162. So by utilizing the stockpile locations, we're moving that out and getting us off of those roads and reducing the amount of dust abatement we need to do on those roads. And by spreading it out, there may be some overhauls or increased hauling to the northwest coming out of St. Michael, but that will be more than offset by any potential road rebuilds or damage to Ranger 164.
So we are using St. Michael Yard,
We're
because
using-
I thought at one point said.
Yeah,
we were training on.
we originally were not, but after discussions with my staff, they have decided that there is room in St. Michael to stop there, so we're using Lamont, St. Michael, Lanier, Danlock, and then we hit for the area.
I guess the concern here is we kind of decided on a winter stockpile run to minimize the damage on our roads, but are we gonna lose that advantage if we have to start backhauling? And I'll use a straightforward example. We haul it to Lamont and then we have to haul it back to Highway 45 towards the shrine and stuff.
So the gravel from that would be in Lamont will be going west towards Ruderheim and south towards Highway 16. The gravel in St. Michael will more than likely go north and west. There is nearly as much of the backhaul going that way. It will also go south. And the gravel in Danlock would go south and east. And then Madera would be the Madera south and west area there. So we're trying to eliminate as much backhaul as we can. As Councilor has said, we don't own property everywhere. It'd be ideal if we had a stockpile location, west near 80 and 855 or 45 and 855, or even down towards 29. But we don't own property everywhere, so trying to utilize the properties we have, get the gravel there now, so that we can haul it easier and so I can reduce the amount of damage.
But whether we have a stockpile or not, we should probably leave adequate, material in Cody Spitz so that we can cover the northeast corner and the northwest.
Yeah,
portion.
and that's the.
Kind of like 580. I mean, 580 is a pretty decent road. Like, we
Yeah.
have to use it. We're not gonna deteriorate it that much. Another option to consider is that this Trevor still have to get on 29 hill. Yeah. That's an option for a stockpile. I'm not sure how far west of 855 is that.
It's lost, 173.
And the central location.
That's got a hard base, you wouldn't have to clean up, you just had a stockpile there.
And the lawyer for using it wouldn't cover the cost to strip. Railroads getting that.
Well, roads, you still have 3 miles back and forth, 6 miles of gravel road, so. I told the state that it'd be better off to rent some 3 acres on the corner there for one of the farmers, but. That pit has a, I don't know, it's set up for, you can haul it there even if it rain.
It's right off the highway too. Yeah. That would be a consideration, Darby.
Yeah, we can. Jump into this.
Yeah, and I think that was a big consideration is incurring the cost of the backhaul, and if you're gonna lose your advantage of paying for a water truck and graders or whatever, hauling in the summertime versus, I guess the only other option is you have to move the scales around, I guess, if you are gonna use commercial trucks in the summertime to move the scraps.
Yeah, our intention is to utilize our internal trucks in the summer, eliminates us needing to move the scales around. You know, it is advantageous to us to have that beam scale there, and we've got better accuracy with the beam scale than the number scale. Sometimes, depending on, how much that machine is weighing, the accuracy can get out through the day, so having the beam scale there is more advantageous. It's quick. It's better. By with this hauling, we've got our scale in our yard, and then we've got a scale set up. Scaling.
Commercial workers accept the lower scale.
We do limit hauling for each. Well, to the lines and plants accepted, so.
It's another option.
So can we handle the workload with our trucks since we have our own culvert program going?
Yeah, so based on our hauling, the amount of trucks we have, I expect that we will have no issues completing the program. If we get to a scenario where we have a number of breakdowns or really by summer and we can't haul every day, we may need to bring in the contractors. At that point, we'll make sure that we will have the money to pay for it. We won't have any cost.
Well, I guess just figure out that so we're not back hauling or. Because we used to stockpile in winter and not used to haul on the roads. Well, we're gonna save money, we don't run to handle it twice. Put straight the roads, we go back to that. So you make it all through, you can find all through and then you separate them. So
Yeah. Great. Motion to accept stockpiling report as information. Then go on now, the council accept the
stockpiling report, that is information. Questions or concerns, all in favor? 719, you know?
Yeah, RTP and, Two Hills on, Monday, we had a meeting for the Ag Service Board chairs and, Ag Fieldman, we sat at a table with the county of Two Hills and the county of Thornhill. The counselor, the Reeve is, he's the chairman of the Ag Service Board. Anyway, we were sitting at the table and he asked if we, got any information on the RCMP closing the Two Hills attachment and putting everything in, Bearville. Just wondering if there's any, anything has, any word on that come to the county or something. He said they're gonna start getting on the MLA and this for them from Bearville all the way to Derwent or to Burnham is a long hike across. And that would be the northeast part of our county would be 2 hours for a cop to get there. And then we gave $200,000 sitting in for policing, and they want to shut down one of our attachments. But I brought that up yesterday.
Yeah, I haven't heard anything, so yesterday and then again, this morning. I took advantage of the opportunity to call Staff Sergeant Henry, the Two Hills detachment at lunchtime. And nothing is decided. He indicated it was being considered. There's a proposal stage being discussed at the district level. That means that he's not involved in the discussion at this time. And he believes that as things progress, it will need to be addressed with stakeholders like us. So in addition to that, I can tell you that we're looking to have the 3 RCMP detachments come to the February 25th meeting for the first of 2 delegations this year. May or may not be more information by that time.
Is that a federal decision, do you know, or would it be a federal decision, or who'd be deciding it?
He said it's being discussed at the district level, so I think I'm escaping.
The Reeve lives around, very close to Irma there, or, sorry, yeah, Burnham, sorry. And, he's already been broken into a couple times, and he said they gotta come from Vegreville. So he asked if we, heard anything about it and stuff, and, get on our MLA. But,
Well, I think we have an opportunity to meet with the RCMP again at the RMA convention. We take advantage of it, and definitely be a question we ask them. That would leave a big hole as far as policing along.
yeah, and we got Brian, they've been breaking into churches and stuff now. We don't want the St. Michael Catholic, Ukrainian Catholic Church, they broke in, smashed the doors and destroyed a bunch of stuff inside, so. It's not good. There was north of Monday, pickup strip left right in the middle of the road, took the hood, tires, rims, everything off over the weekend. Right, just north of the Duke's place, right in the middle of the road. I left it on blocks. So the northeast is gonna be, there's no RCMP there, it's gonna be. As bad as it is, it takes long to close that down, even worse. Yeah.
Okay, well, something to be ready for, very positive in order, I guess. Anything else, Bill? Okay. Motion to accept the RCMP report as information.
And I will take
On the board.
The Lamont County Council accept the report on RCMP two, the RCM, on RCMP two Hillsborough Board as. That Lamont County Council will accept the report on RCMP two Hills as information.
Okay. Questions or concerns? Seeing none, all those in favor? Scary. We don't have any committee of whole to deal with today, so we'll move on to item number 9. Director's report, the third annual triennial management report.
Very good. Mr. Reed, we're on page 247. As the title suggests, this is the third of 3 triennial management reports. First one deals with Jan to April, second one deals with May to August, and this one deals with the whole year. So this way to represent it. The business plan was approved a year ago on February. As you heard, whether it was at the holiday party or in some more recent communications with staff. We had a very good year in 2024. The triannual report supplements what council receives in the way of operational reports regularly, department reports every 2 months. We have a PW reporting every Monday morning during peak seasons. The triannual report focuses on accomplishments made relative to the 2024 to 2026 business plan, which includes the major range initiatives that council approved. It also provides a preliminary reporting on financial performance for the period of December 31st. We are not yet concluded with year-end report. The numbers that you can see are still on the preliminary. And I believe the business plan provides council and staff, as well as the community, provides council and staff a unified focus. And this report provides the community a good understanding of what we're doing with and how we're progressing. So attached is the status of business plan initiatives document. That starts on page 251 and then goes to the 280, 270. And what it shows is how we perform over the 3 years, over the 3 measures, and over the year overall against the various initiatives that were approved by council. So I'm pleased to say that 38 initiatives are complete and 10 are on track and on revenue, and that there are really only 2 that experienced some delays during the year, and those in part had to do with staffing capacity trade-offs and communications, and hiring a GIS person, which it took a little while to find the right person and for the person to be able to join us. So that's 48 of 50 initiatives that were in the 2024 timeframe that have been either complete or on track and on budget, and that's about 96%. We also show some 24 notable unplanned initiatives that we undertook during the year. Staff were very aggressive in addressing opportunities and challenges, and we'll get to those a little bit later. The initiatives are sorted by the goals, the council's strategic plan. The water license application, generally speaking, is on track. We are somewhat constrained by the timeframes which are environment parks is working towards. The detailed design has not yet started, but we have initiated an expression of interest for patient services, which council directed. And next steps is receiving a preliminary certificate and ultimately an RFP to proceed with the awarding the RFP. Process waterline completion is not within the time frame. Integrated heartland infrastructure planning is an overall As an overall category, 1.3, the working council to present to the council water roads drainage plans. And that was implemented through the offsite levy. We presented the proposed levies, consulted with industries, the industry had an open house with the community. Received third reading, we're now promoting those offsite levies with proponents that are being required in Lamont County. We reviewed industrial water rates. And council made a decision not to vary industrial water rates at this time. You received the Nichols Applied Management Model, which will be helpful to us as we move forward with various proponents to determine rates and the timing of various infrastructure investments. We presented a growth revenue reserves management policy. Council acknowledged that, and it's something that we will build upon in 2025. And we referenced the tax incentive bylaw there as well. Non-residential tax rate reduction policy is something that we dealt with at a high level. That was the notion of a portion of new revenues being used to buy down the tax rate in the initial time frame, as well as the tax incentive bylaw being applied for 1.8. Supporting the potential establishment of a municipal corporation, municipal controlled corporation was in the plans. Mid-year, however, there was a mid-course correction where one of the Heartland partners did not want to proceed in that direction, so we have taken a different approach with the Diswater grant. We anticipate our first installment of that grant somewhat imminently. Our economic development people have developed economic development profiles. We're getting noticed on the internet, something that you'll see in the report I presented February 11th, where our hits on our various social media are very high. And a little later today, our economic development manager will provide you a snapshot of where things are with potential industrial investment. And we instituted a business directory, and we started with a data visualization tool, so that people who come to our website can see more apps and more indications of investment opportunities. In the goal number 2, community feels safe and is afforded quality of life. In 2.2, budget was guided by community feedback as well as council participation in the road tour. Obviously, we finalized the annual 2024 budget in May. And this was one of the ones that was delayed development of the GIS strategy. And that was primarily as a result of our ability to recruit a suitable GIS coordinator, only started in October. But he's made some very good strides in the past few months, and you'll see more of that in 2025. We recruited vacant positions. We implemented the enhanced duty crew and growing brush pile program. And there was a significant expansion of community services programs, both in terms of SCSS aging and community expanded health programs. And you can see in the action taken that Ms. Irving's staff are undertaking aggressive applications for grants and implementation of new programs. In terms of goal number 3, council driven by accountability and transparency, the 3-year corporate business plan, I think, is one of the most transparent things that you can do. Council, by approving the council showing the community what they plans to undertake every year. It's council's direction to administration. We did some implementation of records retention practices. Council approved for 2025 an electronic program, which you will see more on at the next meeting. The joint use and planning agreement with Algonquin Public School was executed. We did triangle reporting in the required timeframes. Again, we reviewed water rates for all classes of customer. Council decided not to vary. We transacted leases on county owned lands. We undertook self-monitoring operation processes, including fire drilling, P&D, payment handling, cash management, assessment, balancing, benefits on and off boarding, and implementing prepaid water fill. So, I mean, those things, any one of them doesn't sound like a whole bunch, but it's a pretty aggressive, process review, and I'm certain that there were others. We held, coffee talks in four of the 5 of the 12 divisions. One will be on Thursday. The external newsletter, while produced, was not distributed because of Canada Post strike, but they are, from what I understand, they're being printed now. The goal number 4, community assets are achieving their maximum useful life. We implemented the 2024 capital plan. Virtually everything was done. There was one element of the Hilliard water station that part was delayed, and there was one component of the Heartland water station where engineering design needed to be revised, but aside from that, we completed everything. Refine and update the 5-year capital plan, that was done based on early inputs in March, council road tour in April, capital priorities workshop in September, and then the outcomes were considered during your budget meetings in November. Implemented the revised graveling program and did a record number of 236 roads. And we implemented a gravel pit strategy where we reestablished some licenses. We are landing for mining and eventual contract crushing through 2024, and likely extraction from county pits in 26. You'll see more on this in the 2025 to 2027 business plan. As I recall, Mr. Dietz will be bringing forward some specifics to the 2026 budget process. In terms of infrastructure, we workshopped opportunities, we implemented what we could within the 2024 budget, namely doing MG30 on another road. It's a Range Road 170 south of Highway 16. And then a number of business cases emerged out of these discussions, which you see listed on page 261. There's a goal number 5. Being recognized as a leader in sustainable growth and holistic decision making. Council review of its strategic plans occurring annually in Q3. Council took a decision on May 14th to undertake those reviews during council meetings and kind of a committee in the whole setting. And that's where major water line discussions, capital priorities, fire services billing, discussions regarding approaches emerging from subdivision work, tourism all came up in those discussions. And to varying degrees will be implemented through the 2025 budget. The land use bylaw and municipal development plan received second and third reading to address 2 emergent non-conforming uses. We reviewed and consolidated, we intended to review and consolidate infrastructure and master plans. And if you reference back to 1.5, those were the conceptual plans that led to the development of the offsite levy. Amending the MVP and land use bylaw support of hardline infrastructure corridors was something that we intended to do. We undertook a certain amount of review of that. We did consult the CNCP and Alphaville. We realized that we do not need to make amendments to our statutory plans because for the most part, these railways will occur on private lands.
You're just a little bit off. It's the storm drainage we were initially planning for.
Oh, right.
That is all on the road right? And this coming year, we'll actually be reaching out to CNCP and Alpen Glow just to start the discussion on rail planning.
Thank you. Yeah. Okay. Give me a fail on 5.12. Implementing funding strategy for Heartland infrastructure. We've done that through the offsite levy, the Diswater grant, and And the discussion that we had council regarding the potential major water funding strategy discussion at your meeting on June 9th. And we've had the DIS grant approved. And as recently as this morning, I received indications from the Heartland Association that the agreement is progressing on the way for review. The agricultural master plan in support of the Lamont County strategic plan is something that Mr. Lamont was fulfilling, brought a broad conceptualization of what the plan might include to Ag Service Board. And the feedback from council during budget deliberations was that they would be prepared to discuss that in 2025, potentially for implementation in 2026. It was not funded in the 2025 budget. Goal number 6, committed to sustainable relationships, pursuing options for gravel acquisition. So the exploration of gravel feasibility at the Warello pit. We pursued and achieved acquisition of claims. We revisited it is not timely to revisit the intermunicipal recreation cost sharing agreement. We are not in year 3 of that agreement. That'll be in Q3 of 2026, if I'm not mistaken. In terms of ICF scheduling, you have been approving extensions to those ICF agreements. There are 3 remaining, so that one shows as all as an on time on budget. We're working to the time frames that the signatories to the agreement are able to work with. Implementing regional emergency management, we have implemented the work plan, reviewed the rec, undertaken a regional exercise, and most recently had another regional emergency management meeting as far as 2025 plans go. Fire services master plan is underway. And we reviewed and updated our health and safety program. Councilors are aware that we scored 95% up from our last score, which I believe was 82%. This was on an external third party audit. So we have a lot to be proud of there. And on page 266, 7, 8, 69, and 270, we have a number of unplanned but noteworthy activities. So I imagine you can look through those at your leisure. I think for the most part, these things are quite substantial. They're not just something that we did on a Thursday afternoon. Things that took some research and some tips. Happy to answer any questions you may have on that part of the project. Financials, very good. If necessary, Rosachuk will chime in and assist. If you look at the financial overview, I mean, the main message is that we were at about 70% of expenses and at about 93%, 96% of revenues. The expense number does not yet include amortization. So on the overall, I think the expense number will look more like 80%. It looks like we will have about a $1 million surplus at the end of 2024. Council was made aware of that during our budget deliberations. That will be confirmed when we have completed year-end and when it's being reviewed by the auditors. The aggregate levy, the capital projects information shows that 93% of the projects are done. You're going to see the red color next to the bridges that are not approved as part of the there it's the bridges go in green because They weren't funded, but in every other respect, they're on track and on budget. The yellow ones showed the outstanding work on the two water stations. Aside from that, it doesn't look like we had any red in our capital project. We have a report on the aggregate levy. We're not happy with the level of the level of collection. We will be arranging to engage our auditors to audit these producers to obtain an accurate reporting from the producers. Not as concerned about the timing of those dollars, not in accordance with year end, because they will simply go into reserves. But you will see that our 2024 numbers on a quarterly basis. Quarter one isn't bad, quarter two is weak, quarter three is weak, quarter four is non-existent, so we will be engaging the auditors to undertake those activities. We have a current listing of our investments. Unfortunately, the my interest savings account is only paying 1.61. The ATB prime rate is 5.45. So we need to exist within this investment environment.
The much rate is prime minus 1.64.
Oh, prime minus 1.64. Thank you. That's about 3, just under 3.
That's where most of our money is.
Yeah.
$23 million.
And then we have a health and safety report, which reflects the September to December timeframe. There's a report that speaks to orientations. Page 282, we are addressing those in a timely way. Formal inspections are being undertaken against the timeframes that we committed. On page 284, we have an incidents report that shows September to December of 2024, September to December 2023 was 18. However, when I compare 24 overall to 2023, incidents in 2023 were 71, incidents in 2024 were 55. So on the overall for the year, we have improved. The good news is we have very few injuries. In prior years, we had some issues with incidents within the regional fire service. Pleased to say that our fire chief and deputy fire chief have really improved matters in that area. And of course, the health and safety audit score of 95% is something we just need to keep reinforcing, that we're doing a good job. We need to stay disciplined in our work.
Tracy, when are you cutting off the books for 2024?
So accounts payable was cut off on January 17th, along with accounts receivable. And inventories are due to me on this Friday. Anything from the 17th till next week, I'll approve that.
So how long the councilors have to get last year's expense account statements?
Yesterday. Can you get them to me by Friday?
Council. Okay. The other thing here is we're showing a $4 million surplus. Depreciation has to come off of that for 2.9, which is where we end up with our $1 million. We're showing a reduction in our reserves of roughly $2.4 million.
Just keep in mind, we have not yet transacted the year and reserves transfers in 2024, so presumably the million will go. And there may be some.
Yeah, all of the capital, when this report was done for to meet the council deadline, not all of the capital has been reported and funded from reserves yet. I did that afterwards, and also the aggregate levy, journal entry. I don't know if I have all the entries in this number, and I have not recorded the municipal parks and recreation that has to go through revenue as well on the balance sheet. So there's quite a bit of work to do there.
So that $2.7 million figure that's showing here could be less.
It could be either way. I haven't looked at the capital yet. I can't say.
And
I think we understand many of our capital items this year.
Yes.
And have we issued instructions for our auditors to audit the aggregate levies?
I believe the CFO was talking to the auditor when he was here on site during interim in December. And I believe that there's 3 companies that will be audited this year. That's the last I heard.
So who pays the cost for that audit?
We can't push it back on the people that were late filing.
We would need to make that part of the bylaw, I think.
Definitely something we gotta pursue because, yeah, obviously some people aren't getting their aggregate levy.
And in their defense for this, paper history, when the deadline for this report was done, I know 2 companies were in the focus of getting all their hauling cards into us because they were hauling lots this last quarter, so they did provide me the information the next week. So some of it is timing and some of it is a challenge for collecting.
Any other questions? Okay, good job. All right,
Mr. We have 2 resolutions, one to receive information, one to refer to use as a basis for planning in the future.
okay, so does someone want to make a motion to accept report as information?
Move that the Lamont County Council accept the 2024 third triannual management report and unaudited financial statements as information.
Questions or concerns? Seeing none, all those in favor? It's carried 5-0. I'll make the next motion that Lamont County Council direct administration to use the information for year-end reporting and as a basis for business planning for 2025 to 2027. Any questions or concerns? Seeing none, all those in favor? Carried 5-0.
I should say, Mr. Reeve, I'm the one that gets to present that report, but clearly it's focused effort on the staff that helps achieve those results.
Folks want to take a break or keep on pushing? Keep going. Okay, 9.2. Items, community services, community reports.
So, Mr. Reeve, we attempt to report on a 2-month basis. Missouri is bringing forward a report that speaks primarily October and November. Four county picks in December, I guess. Over to you when.
Yes, thank you. We're on page 287, and you may have said that while I was walking around. Yes, this does cover department activity for October and November. Because we do have some contract services, we're always behind by about a month, especially in our safety codes numbers. So for October and November, we're just gonna jump right into the various goals. Goal 1, new businesses or partners in our growing community. This one, we primarily focus on our quality management plan, which is our all of our rules and processes that we have for our safety codes. And also it includes our contracted service. So in 2024, we actually changed service providers. We moved from Superior to the inspections group. And so there was a lot of work in November and December, wrapping up some of the open permits with Superior in order to meet our requirements under the Safety Codes Council and our quality management plan. We issued 8 building permits, 8 electrical permits, 20 gas permits, 1 plumbing permit, and 4 private sewage permits in October and November. And as you can see in that activity, it was furnace upgrade season, so that's where all the gas permits come in. Overall, in 2023, from January to November of 2024, we saw about a 17.5% reduction in safety codes permits from the previous year. And when I go back and I look at the development permits from the year before, there's definitely a bit of a cycle going. When you have really high development permit activity, you'll often see the next year you'll have higher safety code activity. So based upon some of our activities here, we're thinking safety codes will probably go up in 2025. In addition, as you all recall, we had a Safety Codes Council audit, which is a formal audit by the government of our processes and permits. And so we responded to the audit and have put some improvements in place, as well as we have some quality management plan training that we're doing tomorrow internally to really make sure that we put these improvements into our processes. Next, we have reviewed the offsite levies. We've already covered that. Developing the economic profiles. This one we do have shown as a bit of a delay in that we were doing so well with developing the business directory over the summer that we kind of should focus, and instead of splitting our time and efforts, we decided to push through on the developing that business directory, and that is complete. And work has now continued on the agribusiness and agricultural, as well as petrochemical sector profiles for the economic profiles on the website. Under goal 2, this gets into a lot of our FCSS programming, and we were quite busy in October and November. There was a lot of drafting, I think, that we came through council at that time to redraft some of the sponsorships and some of the grant information that you actually approved today. So that was done back then. In addition, we have been preparing for the Lamont County Cares campaign that's happening this week. We also prepared for the Christmas hamper and food bank collections, which were actually distributed back in December 22nd, and fed 420 people amongst with 135 Christmas hampers. Although it's off in April, we did all the planning for the upcoming volunteer appreciation events. So that'll be the week before Easter, April 14th to April 17th, and later this year. And we have the entertainer noted there. How they are into their second half of year 1 in the grant term. We have been for some additional grant funding, but we have not heard back yet on the Bon Appetit Bingo. For goal 3, council is driven by accountability and transparency to the community. For development permits on the left side there, we actually saw a lot of what we consider other permits, demolitions, temporary structures, accessory structures, can't spit that one out. And we did also have one industry and an addition. Looking at subdivisions, we had 2 new subdivisions. With only 1 new lot, the other one is just a lot line adjustment, kind of adjusting the parcel boundaries on the site. But when you look at our overall development permit levels, we're up about 60% this past year compared to 2023. And looking at our subdivisions, we were up about 43%. So we do anticipate safety codes to kind of ramp up this year as a result of all the planning activity from this past year. On the following page, we did complete the joint use planning agreement, as Mr. Tomowski said. I should have probably put in here that during October and November, we were starting up a lot of our consultation with our municipalities around the ICFs that you see coming through now. Kind of those mentioned in here. Under goal 4, we are working with the Alberta Industrial Heartland on a number of things. Most of that has been completed, but what I also failed to include in here was the grant application that we put in for wetlands for the ACP. That happened back in October, and it did come through council at that time. We've not heard back about that grant, but we did do that in October as well. Under goal 5, we are recognized as a leader in sustainable growth. This is primarily around the Reeves golf tournament, and we are coming to you in the next meeting, I believe, Shane, next council meeting, to talk about 2025's Reeves golf tournament. So that's a bit of a preview. Land use bylaw, that was completed, although we are planning for just a 1-year review to come up in April, and that'll be probably presented at the next meeting, along with the business plan that will be presented. And then in goal 6, we are committed to genuine relationships. This is primarily looking at the various industry events. So Shane has participated in the Economic Developers Association of Canada Professional Development Conference that was held in Edmonton. He's been meeting quite a bit and attended the Invest Alberta Stakeholder Roundtable. We're getting a lot of good referrals from them, which she'll talk about a bit more in our closed session. The Life in the Heartland event was held in Josephburg, and the Sherwood Park Chamber of Commerce. He attended that because the AIUJ had a presentation from the CEO. And also the Economic Developers of Alberta Ministry Dinner and networking with government officials. There's also a number of other local meetings that are listed here. Looking at business retention and partnering, this one we are showing is on track. And this is also primarily economic development. They continue to foster relationships with industry leads and prospects. There have been 5 to 6 major files that have come in during the October-November period, including transportation and logistics, direct air carbon capture and sequestration, manufacturing and critical minerals. Shane will give some more details in the in-camera session. In addition, the new Invest in Alberta and Experience Alberta magazine is what I handed out. It has a circulation of about 15,000 people, and it reaches a broad and influential audience worldwide, including it's in a number of our government offices, in our trade offices, and also embassies in 35 countries. So it is quite widely distributed. You'll see that we have articles on page 56 for Room to Grow in Lamont County, pages 80 and 81, the engine that could, that kind of features VIP rail. Within the Experience magazine, which is kind of on the flip side, it's kind of a 2-part magazine. Pages 12 and 14 includes Experience Alberta's rich Ukrainian heritage, and then there's also a short business feature on supreme fish. So that's quite a bit of publicity in the magazine, which is why we wanted to share it with you. And it's also been linked to, I believe, our Facebook and some of our other social media. So those that are watching online, please take a look. In addition, we've secured marketing materials for 2025 for Summer in the City magazine and Go Tourism. And as well, towards the bottom of the page, We've also put in a grant for the federal account of sport community investments for foreign direct investment activities of approximately 64,250, and we're still waiting to hear on that grant. And in addition, another highlight was the Lamont County Tax Incentive application for new industry. It is now live on the website along with all the applications, and that's really good news. So that's primarily what the activities that occurred in October and November. Be happy to answer any additional questions. I really appreciate going behind Peter because it reminded me of a few things that I forgot.
Yeah, obviously we can very see. I guess it's good, right? And don't forget about pages 292 and 293, their graphs of the activity. Graphs always present a lot better pictures than organization.
Yeah, and with these two graphs, we're actually up almost month over month for the whole year, yeah. In subdivisions like development permits.
Sure. Great. Any questions for Deborah?
These subdivisions. Yeah. That, yes, that. Farmers are subdivided.
Yeah, for the most
part. Or that people are building or.
Yeah, and so I would say the vast majority of subdivisions that we received in 2024 were dividing out like a yard site from an overall quarter section. We have seen a number of folks that kind of subdivided out a lot before, decide that they wanted a different configuration, so a few of those are lot line adjustments. But we haven't seen any multi-lot subdivisions or anything in our industrial areas.
Where do you think that we would get multi-lots? Or do we have anything there for multi-lots?
We have three, I think it's 3 area structure plans that have been approved in the county. I believe that occurred in the early 2010s. I think the last one was in 2013 or 2014. So we do have some area structure plans and zoning that have been approved, but there's a lot of engineering to do for them. It would require. Yeah, so there would be a lot to do before they go ahead and subdivide it, but there is part of the work done, yeah.
Any other questions? If not, we'll entertain a motion to accept the report as information.
So, that Lamont County Council, accept the planning and community service department activities reported for October and November 2024 as information.
Any questions or concerns? Seeing none, all those in favor? It's carried 5-0. Move on to item number 10, committee reports. Okay, we'll recess for, yeah. All right, we'll reconvene the January 28th, 2025 regular council meeting at 3:10 p.m. And we'll move on to item number 10.1, committee reports.
We had a really received meeting plan board meeting last night. We did the performance review of the manager. We reviewed regular maintenance projects. How it might impact automation of certain parts of the plant. We have over amount of bushels cleaned to date. As of January 17th, 304,000 bushels. They had 32,000 bushels over last year. wheat, we're at 2,000, for 178 last year. Barley's down 26,000 compared to 37. Oats is 1,000 compared to 7,000 last year. Peas are at 14,000 compared to 5,000 last year. And flax is 2,000 bushels compared to 0 last year. What else do we have here? We reviewed the presentations from the seed processors AGM. And we did acquire some new members from the western part of Lamont County and eastern Strathcona County. I think those are people that came from Josephburg. And we did finally sell our old color sorter for $10,600. I did attend the 2025 seed processors AGM in Edmonton. They consist of 67 plants on 68 sites in the province. I attended a session on better boards and better businesses. Some presentation on state of agriculture and seed variety development research in Canada. 3 years ago, provincial and federal funding was reduced. They provided 2 years of reduced funding, and now virtually there's no government funding. They want the private funding to finance research and development. There's a panel discussion on certified seed and who owns the genetics in second and third year of planting after certified seed was used. The challenge is how to collect fees in the following years and enforcement. Another question was that who owns the genetic varieties developed by government funded agencies? The conversation was different from the conversation at the seed processors AGM will be totally opposite at the AGM of the seed growers. Syngenta gave a new product update. And I can't remember the seed treatment that was pulled off the market because of issues building up on the rollers. And it's only on Borgo drills. That's the only one on Borgo carts. Anyway, they're working on to redevelop it so there is no coating and build up on the rollers. There were presentations by 3 seed cleaning plants. Starland Seed Plant at Delia is a new plant offering that was built during COVID times, and cost overruns were a major setback, and they had to redesign and refinance the thing several times. Strathmore Seed Plant is an automated plant. There they don't have mixed grains because when we enter the person that brings in the raw grain, it has to match up with the bin name on the bin where the clean grain is going. And you know, it's automated, and if any part of the system fails, it shuts down in sequence, so you don't have any issues. La Crete Seed Plant, built in 1980. They did 2.5 million reno, and they cleaned 1.6 million bushels per year. There's also, let's see, there's a presentation by Health and Safety. Seed plants are under federal jurisdiction. The presentation was by 2 senior investigators. They went over some of the most common violations, and that's safety shields not being in place. The keynote speaker was Tyler Smith. He's a survivor of the 2018 Humboldt Broncos bus crash, which claimed 16 of his teammates, staff members, and coaches. So he gave a presentation, and didn't have a PowerPoint or anything, just had some of his information where you can contact him. And his presentation was from I guess when he was playing hockey. He originates from Leduc, played hockey in Drake Valley, and then when he got older, he was looking for a team to play with. So he contacted all the teams around that he could, no one would accept him. Then he got accepted by Humboldt Broncos. So he was driving there. And then he got an offer from another team. But he said, he'll go with that team, so that's what he did. And it was a real close-knit family between the coaches, the players, and the community. And then when the bus crash happened, I think he was unconscious for 5 days. In hospital for 13 days, some broken ribs, bones and stuff. But anyway, when he got out, he was trying to be, I'm okay, I'm coming back to play. So he played 10 games, then he realized that he couldn't do that anymore. So he had some personal struggles with mental health issues, and he did seek help, and now he's doing these presentations. I think he's done about 200 of them. And he's a mental health advocate, and he hosts a podcast called Speaker Mind with NHL veteran Riley Sheehan. I don't know if anybody knows of him. But he founded a mental health awareness clothing line called Not Alone Company. And part of these proceeds go towards mental health. And him and his girlfriend also participated in Amazing Race Canada. I think they won, so I think that's going to be on this season or something. But it was a good presentation. There were no side conversations. He did it, so yeah. So that was, and he also mentioned that before the accident, I don't know if he had a grandparent or someone that was in a senior facility. And this person always kept saying, 29 people got on the bus. 29 people got on the bus. And nobody could figure out, it just afterwards you think. So, yeah, it was kind of the highlight of the reports.
What was this about mixed grades?
Well, so when the plant gets older, you'll have the grain wears out a bit.
Yeah.
Or your slides don't quite fit. So if you don't really physically go and check, or something wears out, you get that seed going in a different bin. Or if you're not careful, there's a board there and everybody's supposed to erase and do that. But when you get new help or something, or people are rushing, that's when you get contamination or whatever.
But that's what they're right. Misunderstood.
Yeah, so there's depends how much money you want to spend on either cameras, or they have radar detection or whatever it is to prevent contamination. And we did have a couple of events there. There's insurance for that, but
Remember, we had.
yeah. So the oil plants are the range of cleaning, there is no this plants are going to be charged.
Yeah.
Is it oil? Well,
Thank you, Councilor Micah. Deputy Reed.
Oh, I will, I guess, say.
Council. No, I have nothing here.
Last night we had a 4-hour meeting with the Housing Foundation. No definite, dollars on, requisition yet. Should be less, but anyways. Union talks starting in March. We got a guy hired to try and negotiate or deal with the staff. A little bit of, and one day he had a couple things to go over. He had some staff. They're working on a couple people there and, we got bills that keep on giving. We gotta spend $48,000 on a new, switch by the power plant. They got it when they go to test it. They never put a switch in there to, kick out for the building. So they gotta take the switch off and, it's got real heavy wires and they didn't give enough wire. So last time they put it together with a tunnel, they were pulling wires, so now that's, is dangerous and whatever else, so they're spending 48 grand on a new switch. And more wiring and whatever, so they can, just flip the switch, do the power test and then put the switch back on. $48,000. Just the building, it keeps on giving, they're still having fire leaks with the venting system, making condensation. That's what it is, and the wages is gonna be the one that we'll see what happens, I guess. That's it for the housing. There was a 4-hour meeting. We went over quite a few things.
Did they say anything was happening with their building?
Yeah, they're the government put new boilers and stuff in. We're doing the maintenance on it, shoveling snow and maintenance, grass cutting. They're paying us a certain amount per month to look after the building. We don't know where the government's paying us. Cut grass and
What are they keeping?
government's gonna try. Our government's doing it, not us, so. But we get $9,000 a month to maintain the building, shovel snow and cut grass. And, somebody's gotta go there every day or every second day. Check for work, so bus pipe doesn't bust or whatever. Not sure. That's it for that. Coffee talks. The coffee talks on Thursday. You guys are all invited. Come down there and see what happens. And we are all at the Ag Service Board Convention. There were some good speakers and there were some government speakers that were okay. Our boss learned a few things. So that's the main thing. That's about it for now.
Yeah, I think, AFD, I agree with Neil, some good speakers and not so good speakers,
The banquet and entertainment turned out okay. It was kind of a good band. I think, Councilor Whitus might have shut it down. The only thing is, and I talked to Terry, and next year is the Northeast Zone to host EASB conference. And I think one of the things that they were missing this year is that real keynote speaker, like you usually get at a lot of your conferences. And I would really like you to present this individual's name to Terry and Roy. Because I'm sure if you're gonna book a guest speaker like that, you would have to contact him pretty early. But it's something that I think would add to the conference. It's kind of sad when you go to a conference and you hear the same thing at the provincial conference as what you heard at your regional conference. And that's basically, I guess, the RAC presentation is the same. And I think there's one other one that was relatively similar. So, yeah, that was okay. As far as the RMA District 5 meeting, the only thing you missed, Deputy Reed, was probably a dash grabbing drive to to kill him that morning. Road conditions were not great. Everybody obviously made it okay. I don't know, anything there, I'm not too sure. Some of the presentations were kind of blasé. I think when it comes to public speaking, I think that the RMA is really gonna miss us Chairman McLaughlin. And I know Miss Westerland has a route of task to follow to try and follow those footsteps, but she just doesn't have she doesn't grab your attention or. So, no fault of her, it's just the matter of who she came behind there. But, yeah, the big thing there was whether the RMA District 5 should be a member or have a member on the, FCM, a representative for FCM. So I think Midburn was saying, oh, I think at the end of the day, their motion got defeated and, we decided to go ahead and have a, representative, represent the District 5 at the FCM conference. But, yeah. Okay, Wainwright. Representative Wainwright County. I think the mayor from Wainwright is the one that got it. Be interesting to see because Strathcona was paying. Their part, really. Yeah, they were paying the previous representative's membership. But I'm not too sure if our district is gonna have to pay for this fellow's membership or the municipality will pick it up. I think, Peter, you said an annual membership for us would be about $6,500.
I was making a directional guess, 62, that's what.
Yeah, so. Yeah. Other than that. I think we're all covered for the last couple of weeks. So there's no other questions, except the motion to accept all committee reports as information.
Sorry if I made it long again. The motion to include everybody's input.
This is one for council for week.
Yeah. I'll make a motion on the Lamont County Council, accept the committee report from Councillor Roy Anaka on the Willingdon Seed Cleaning Plant Annual General Meeting 2025. The Alberta Seed Processing Conference in Edmonton. Councillor Neil White's report on the Housing Foundation meeting, upcoming coffee talks on Thursday, and the Alberta Agriculture Fieldman Conference. And the report from Reeve Dave Duke on the Alberta Agriculture Fieldman Conference as information.
You might want to put the RMA District 5 meeting on there. Oh, that was part of it. Is that okay?
Yeah.
Sorry?
Well, you're taking a deep breath. I'm not reading it again.
Want my money back.
Question or third?
Well, okay.
Yeah.
I stand corrected, Mr. The membership for Lamont County would be a little higher. I got the per capita news right, but the base fee was different from what I was able to do.
$5,500 is probably what it would cost to send one person to the conference.
Yeah. Unquestionably.
Okay, let's move on to item number 11, correspondence.
Mr. Reed, we've got from seven correspondence items. First one is just an acknowledgement from Alberta Transportation that they received 7 or 8, 1, 2, 3, 7, 5, 6, 7, 8 applications for bridge replacements. So they're taking the Lindbergh County approach. You'll recall that many of these are spread over time, but it's a very minimal amount. The second item is something I believe I sent to you electronically. It's from our MLA, the Honorable Jackie Armstrong Homya, and it is seeking nominees for Alberta for the reduction list. It's highlighting to you that the deadline of that is February. The next 3-4 pages are the RMA district update for January. Very much reflective of the information that was shared at the conference last Friday. We have a letter from Elk Island Public Schools on page 302, where they are holding an Alberta Rural Education Symposium. The symposium was initiated in 2012, and they are providing more information on the symposium program, which trying to see when that symposium is being held. March 2025. Their interest letter is, all right, I would just send you this letter. We have a request from the Lamont Fish and Game Association. For what amounts to the sponsorship. They are having a fundraising dinner, silent auction. They're looking for donations and merchandise or monies for their company. They're expecting 400 people. As a matter of interest, we donated $250 in 2016, the same in 2017, and we donated $100 in each of 2022 and 2024. We have on page 304 a request from the Lamont Curling Club. They're hosting a raffle to raise funds for the Lamont Food Bank. Appreciate a donation from our business. I did not receive from, I did not request from this roads of Jackie, an indication of what we would like from what we have provided in the past. I don't think we have. And the last item on page 305 is a letter from a ratepayer who indicates that she has been taxed for a piece of property in error for the past 20 or so years. We'll ask the council to just receive this as information. We have this as an RFP in the February 11th council agenda. Okay.
Okay, so then what I can see is two actionable items, 11.5, the Fish and Game, and 11.6, Lamont Curling Club.
What we did somewhat recently was for the Lamont High School parents Christmas luncheon, we purchased a couple of gift cards, if I recall correctly. They are looking for, in the case of the Fish and Game, they're looking for I don't know. Or we just do that. Again, a matter of raising funds. They'll accept anything, whether it's product or service that gets. We gave $100 last year. The Fish and Game, we gave $100. Yes.
We won. Oh, very good. 200.
Very early. So we'll give you. We'll give you.
Like. No, people
How's that?
Other people are asking where to buy tickets, and one guy running it Saturday mornings, we have breakfast with him in the Yankees, so I got all the information, passed it on. I'm not around, I went last year and donated personally some door prizes, so.
If you need,
Go ahead. 200. 200.
If you read, makes a motion to donate $200 to the Lamont Fish and Game Association. Read the motion into the record.
The Lamont County Council donate $200 to the Lamont Fish and Game Association for their fundraising dinner.
Any questions or concerns? Seeing none, all those in favor? It's carried 5-0. And for the ladies, Monskill.
Yeah.
Well,
Gotta give them credit, they're trying to get it going. Unless we have merch. They have Monday nights, they got it, we're all come learn how to curl, and
to try to get it going, gotta get credit for that.
We don't have any more.
Looks like they're using funds for the Lamont Food Bank. No motions, last one?
Lamont County Council donated $200 to the Lamont Curling Club for their upcoming ladies curling lunch bill fundraiser.
Questions or concerns? Seeing none, all those in favor? It's carried 5-0. TN 11-7, you said administration will bring back an RFP for this council meeting.
Right, so I think you can probably just accept all the names.
I'll make that motion that Lamont County Council accept all correspondence as information. Questions or concerns? Seeing none, all in favor? Carried 5-0. Item number 12. Events calendar.
Calendar is on page 07.
Well, it was good in mind. The only thing we just wanted to add is MPC is on the 4th of February at 9 o'clock.
What?
MPC. Roy, just Roy and
Yeah.
Neil and myself. It's just if anybody was looking, that's when it is.
Now there's information.
Make a motion on the Lamont County Council to accept the February council calendar as information.
Questions or concerns? All in favor? It's carried. I'll make a motion that we extend the January 28, 2025 regular council meeting beyond 4 o'clock. Any questions or concerns? Seeing none, all in favor? Yeah. Okay. Now I need a motion that Lamont County Council move into closed session.
I move that Lamont County Council move the January 28, 2025 regular council meeting into a closed session meeting at 3:39 PM to discuss the following items. Economic Development Update, FOIP Act Section 16(1). And Employment Matter, FOIP Act Section 19(1).
Any questions or concerns? Seeing none, all in favor? It's carried.
One moment.
The Lamont County Council stay with the original employment contract. And I want to record, please.
Any motion, because you're not changing.
There'll be a second motion by the other guys, so. Take recorded vote.
I'm sorry, may I make a suggestion to add for the CAO?
It was in camera and they have on here,
Okay.
so I ordered it like it's on here because.
Can we change contract to agreement? No.
What do they call it? Yeah, I'll start over. Lamont County Council stay with the original employment agreement. And a recorded vote, please.
Any questions or concerns? We are live.
We are.
Yes, thank you. Okay, we'll start with the recorded vote. My vote is no.
So against the motion?
Yes.
My vote is no.
Dan?
And my vote is no.
Aaron?
My vote is for.
No.
I'm voting for.
Okay, that motion is defeated 3-2.
Right. Were you asking?
Yes.
Yes.
Was it you that asked for the vote, or was it Council Boyce?
So the motion is defeated. So now I'd like to make a motion that Lamont County Council Director Reed to execute the proposed amendments to the employment agreement as discussed in closed session, in closed meeting.
Now I'm gonna ask for a recorded vote for that, please. Thank you.
Any little start here and
I'm voting against it.
Aaron,
Against.
sir,
Against.
okay. Dan,
For.
and I vote for. That motion is carried 3-2. Okay. I guess the only matter left is adjournments.
The other thing we did in camera, you have to get a
Great information. Thank you, Councilor Waiters. Need a motion to accept the report from the economic development update as information.
Motion on the Lamont County Council to accept the economic development update as information.
Thank you, Councilor Wick. All those in favor?
Yeah.
Carried. Okay, thank you, gentlemen. We're good.